guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro could appear in federal court in New York as early as tomorrow. Maduro is being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a facility known for housing high-profile prisoners. The New York Post says the Maduros were jeered by a large crowd of Venezuelans outside the jail, chanting slogans like "Shame on you" and "Down with a dictator." Federal prosecutors are charging Maduro, his wife, and their adult son with drug trafficking. So what happens next? Well, the president could be deported after standing trial in the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem addressed that possibility when she appeared on the Fox News Sunday program.
And if there's a legitimate government in another country that wants them to come and pay for their crimes in their country, we'll work with them. Right now, we don't have that in Venezuela.
Noem went on to say the Trump administration is focused on bringing Maduro and his family to justice, adding they've been building a case against Maduro for years. And she said the Trump administration will continue to take action against drug cartels.
We'll continue to do what we've been doing for the last 12 months under President Trump's leadership, and that's get the criminals off of our streets, bring these terrorists like Tren de Aragua and Maduro to justice, and make sure that we're focusing back on America first.
Meanwhile, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer appeared on the ABC program This Week with some harsh words for the operation.
There is no authority to go. They did not just do ships off the water. They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilian as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress.
The New York Democrat contends that Americans are concerned about President Trump's plan to run Venezuela. This is America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A Venezuelan leader in South Florida says his countrymen and women are worried about what comes next in their homeland after the U.S. military strikes. Independent Venezuelan American Citizens President Ernesto Ackerman says President Nicolas Maduro may be gone, but his people are still in power. And he went on to say there are no celebrations in his homeland.
In Venezuela, no one is celebrating. They are very scared. This regime is still in power. So in Venezuela, was no celebration at all. People is very, very scared. They're trying to stay calm. But here in Miami, everybody was celebrating. That's where the celebrations were taking place.
Rock and roll icon Billy Joel is still off the road indefinitely, but he gave some fans in Florida a big surprise on Friday.
Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Well, we're all in the mood for a melody.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Famer performed 2 songs with Billy Joel cover band Turnstiles at an amphitheater in Wellington. Joel, who owns property in the city, walked on stage with the help of a cane before taking a seat at the piano. Together, Joel and the Turnstile played his hits We Didn't Start the Fire and Big Shot. Joel announced last May he had to cancel all future concerts after being diagnosed with a brain disorder. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole world.
Alrighty then. Well, looks like party time is over. That's it, that's all. And welcome back, welcome aboard. As we roll into already day number 5 of the new year. But yeah, first live edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for the year 2026. Good to have you with us. For those who enjoyed some additional time off, hope you enjoyed your New Year's weekend. And with that, the holidays are over. Back to the real world, back to work, back to school for the kids. Reality check. A full work week comes our way. Time to get back to the grind. And hopefully get a prosperous 2026 underway. So here we go, our very first greatest day of the week in the new year. All right, here comes a Monday. So what's going on around the world? We'll get to some of our friends checking in out of the box here just ahead. As we, saddle up for the new year. Now we take a look at our travelers' weather. All those post-holiday routines return here in the first full week of January. Mother Nature will continue throwing atmospheric curveballs at the Great Lakes in the Northeast, a.k.a. more wintry weather, according to AccuWeather. We'll be watching for a series of storms to bring some snow, ice, and a little bit of rain from Minnesota and Wisconsin, right along the northern tier, extending over to Massachusetts and Maine, right through the latter part of the new week. With each additional storm, the atmosphere is actually going to progressively warm, complicating the forecast for what exactly kind of precipitation are we going to be looking forward to. Weather pattern across the Great Lakes in the Northeast this week features a January warm-up, but that'll come at the cost of wet and some wintry weather across the regions. No fewer than 4 storms will bring this wet and, in some cases, wintry weather in the wake of an initial Alberta Clipper-type storm that brought mainly some light accumulations of snow to the Great Lakes in the Northeast over the weekend, Saturday into early Sunday. A more significant storm begins to impact the same areas into our Monday here. Origins of this storm in the western system, that was bringing some heavy rain and mountain snow to California. Because of the Pacific influence, some warmer air is going to be forced a bit further north. That'll bring a bit of an icy mix with the snow as it breaks out through the evening hours through Minnesota and Wisconsin. Today's storm will feature some lingering cold air, so that means still chilly enough for some snow through the northern Great Lakes region. We could be talking a plowable snow. Obviously, treacherous travel from, say, Duluth, Minnesota to Rhineland, Wisconsin, Marquette and Traverse City, Michigan, on into early Monday. As that storm moves into the Northeast, starting the work week here, kind of loses quite a bit of steam. So lighter accumulations. We could see some snow reaching places like Albany and Binghamton, New York, maybe Boston through Monday night. As the same time, the early week storm begins to move off the New England coast. Next system begins gathering steam over the plains. This one not going to bring nearly as much snow to the Great Lakes or the Northeast by midweek. Headed into midweek, warmer conditions will continue to shift northward, and that's going to impact the northern Great Lakes in New England. Areas further south, you'll see just plain old rain, while a much smaller area will see accumulating snow compared to now through Monday. More areas will be dealing with potential icing scenarios that could impact portions of Interstate 41, 75, I-90, and 94, I-96 in Wisconsin and Michigan on Tuesday. It'll be Interstates 81 84, 91, and 95 from upstate New York into southern Maine Tuesday night into Wednesday. Looks like Wednesday has the potential to feature some tricky travel conditions across the Hudson Valley and interior portions of New England as the result of the wintry precip moving through. On either side of the icy corridor, less significant amounts results of rain or snow, but it's going to be kind of soggy through midweek from Pittsburgh to Providence, Rhode Island. It will be snowy from the Adirondacks on up into Caribou, Maine. Amazingly, a fourth storm in 1 week's time is going to take aim at a larger area toward the end of the week, again impacting the Great Lakes and the Northeast. All right, the storm could further bump up temperatures and be a primarily rain event from Friday into Saturday. Now, the warmer air preceding the storm will be so significant that rain may actually fall as far to the north as southern Canada and northern New England. So that combination of warmer weather and rain could even bring some flooding, as we'll see rain falling and some of that snowpack melting at the same time. Fog could become a concern as well. Yeah, for those hoping the rain and warmer air is a sign of a bit of a prolonged break in winter weather, you'll probably be disappointed by what's ahead as we look toward mid-January. Temperatures are going to come crashing back down starting next weekend, levels more typical for middle portions of January, they tell us. Some of the model depictions are showing potentially a pretty significant snowfall event. Models vary wildly right now, but some snow could fall into the deep south central, even portions of the southeastern USA. It's still 8-10 days away, so we'll give it some time to come together, but we'll definitely be continuing to follow. But get ready for the temperatures to rise a bit. We could actually challenge some record highs in some cases here in the first full week of the new year. Just how warm will it be? All right, we'll break that down for you. Coming up here momentarily, hello to Iron Duck, who is out of the box via the YouTube feed for the new year. Roll call, truckers checking in from Springfield, Missouri. Good news, I've finally earned my Class A CDL license. Major milestone accomplished. All right, everybody, keep the rubber side down. Congratulations, Iron Duck. He finished up 2025. They're training in Springfield, Missouri. So new adventures on the horizon for the Iron Duck. All right, Jerry joins us. Hello, Steve. Ole Miss all the way in the college football playoffs. I was born in Laurel, Mississippi. 47 degrees right now in central Alabama as we get the new year underway. Have a great show. All right, hello, Tank. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Happy Monday and the start of a new year. Let's get this year started and get the greatest show on the road. 38 degrees, Brownsville, Tennessee tonight. Rolling down to Memphis to get a set, and we'll head out west once again. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. There's Michael, as usual. What's up, people? Happy New Year. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, the first show in the year of our Lord, 2026, which of course means somewhere deep beneath the earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get the new year started. Are you with me? There you go. Yes, indeed. Welcome back. Jeffrey, good to have you with us there, Southern Florida. Hope you had a nice New Year's holiday. It was pretty quiet at the Summers household over the weekend. The princess was kind of still recuperating with that, the cold and the bug we picked up right after Christmas. I was pretty much over it before we even got toward the New Year's weekend, but she's just got this lingering cough that will not relent. You don't want to be going out somewhere to eat, hacking like a dog. People think, what the hell are you doing out? Go home, lady, you're sick. So we just kind of hung out around the home 20. I actually went to bed early in the evening, kind of like I did last year. Got up about 11 o'clock in the evening with everybody else, watched the ball drop there in New York, kicking off the 250th anniversary of America. And then we kind of just, spent the night up watching the celebrations from time zone to time zone, right up till about 4 o'clock in the morning. What a night. Yes. Happy New Year. All right, so it's that time once again. Good afternoon. Larry Hammer down, 31 degrees. Tarrytown, New York tonight as we head over to Hartford, Connecticut. Welcome into a new year. Jerry, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All the cast of characters and the best show around. Seems like forever since there was anything worth listening to. Thanks, Hot Shot Seeker, for seeing the value of the program and supporting it and its followers. We've got 30 degrees here in Kokomo. Nice weather coming our way. Sarah, Spencer, and I thank everyone. And we want to remind you all, tell them you love them every chance you get. Well, I about forgot, somewhere around Indianapolis, had a couple of steering wheel holders that got stopped. A bunch of cocaine in the bunk there. I saw the headline about that over the holiday weekend there. All right, good to have you with us. Happy New Year there, Jerry. And Sarah, thank you for supporting the show, being dedicated listeners out there. Yeah, James, he said, the party's over. Hello, Bill. Good morning, Steve. Everybody, Happy New Year. 29 degrees. Feels like 19 right now. At the home 20 tonight, Horicon, Wisconsin. Had a great New Year's holiday. Spent the New Year's Eve and the day at a hotel on Lake Michigan in Two Rivers, Wisconsin. Lake Michigan was smooth like glass at the time when we were there. Water levels way down out there, but now back to reality. My interview got rescheduled for Wednesday. Hopefully, maybe a new driving job, hauling cheese between plants. All right. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. And, okay, Greg says, just drove through a thunderstorm north of Baker, California, along I-15 about an hour or so ago. All right, we'll check out the radar. Let's take a look out west. What do we see? A few showers. Nothing really widespread, but you got some heavier rain there in northwest portions of California. Light scattered showers there down to east of Sacramento on down into central California. Not seeing a whole lot. I do see a few thunderstorms that just kind of pushed right through the Las Vegas area. Here in the last little bit. Kind of moving off to the east side of town. All right, there you go. A new year underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388. To kick off the new year, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today. on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Checking in from where we at? Elk Grove, California tonight. Top of the morning, Steve, 44 in Elk Grove. Heads up, drivers, chains are required. I-80 over Donner Summit. We're just out here laughing at all the liberals that are melting down over Venezuela. For the moment, Santa Claus out. Yeah, something happened over the weekend, right? Yeah, like nothing in the news. Wow, Venezuela. Yeah, we've got all the latest. As the narrative has changed a tad bit since Saturday, but the president this past day warning the Venezuelan vice president, that's Delcy Rodriguez, a female, that she may pay a bigger price than Maduro if she chooses not to acquiesce to U.S. demands. I guess it was a telephone interview with The Atlantic. President Trump delivered a rather blunt message, as Rodriguez right now serving as the acting leader after Maduro was captured and now in the U.S. Facing prosecution. But he said, quote, if she doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro. Yeah, her warning after Rodriguez publicly rejected U.S. intervention and demanded the return of Maduro. That ain't happening. Well, President Trump actually praised Rodriguez immediately after the operation, claiming that she had signaled a willingness to work with the U.S. Yeah, she quickly contradicted that in a televised address, calling the raid an illegal kidnapping, insisting Venezuela would never be a colony. Yeah, vowing to defend the country's natural resources. Of course, flanked by top security officials, including the defense minister, the interior minister. A public display, I guess, that was intended to project strength and continuity, despite the fact that Maduro is no longer in charge. That show of unity not going to change Washington's posture as the administration continues pressing for a political and economic overhaul of the oil-rich nation. Venezuela's Supreme Court ordered Rodriguez to assume the role of the acting president to guarantee administrative continuity and the comprehensive defense of the nation. The court also said they would debate the legal framework for maintaining the state's continuity in the face of the forced absence of the president. There is a lot kind of in limbo at the moment. Those competing declarations, though, President Trump asserting U.S. leverage, Rodriguez claiming sovereignty, really underscores the uncertainty whether Venezuela's power structure will bend, break, or if they'll try to dig in for confrontation. President Trump, for his part, sounded increasingly open to the kind of intervention and real rebuilding that he once criticized. Now, he kind of brushed aside concerns from skeptics, including many of his own America First coalition, who warn regime change and nation building could spiral into a very costly, open-ended conflict. Don't want it to go that way, but now he said rebuilding there and regime change, anything you want to call it, is better than what you have right now. It can't get any worse, he says. So his stance has changed a bit. He did, of course, and will follow, make some comments over the weekend of, who's going to be running Venezuela. And he kind of alluded to the fact that, Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth were going to be like, we're going to be running. Rubio tried to kind of clarify and walking that back a bit this past day, trying to explain what they're actually going to be working to try to accomplish there. But wow, what a wild, crazy weekend. We knew something was coming, just didn't know when. And when I woke up that morning, I said, President Trump took advantage of the full moon. And that's indeed exactly what happened, the full moon that evening. We've got much more to share coming up. But first, a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro could appear in federal court in New York as early as tomorrow. Maduro and his family are being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, which is a facility known for housing high-profile prisoners. Federal prosecutors have charged Maduro, his wife, and their adult son with drug trafficking. As for what might happen next, well, he could even be deported after standing trial in the U.S., according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. She addressed that possibility appearing on the Fox News Sunday program, adding the Trump administration is focused on bringing Maduro and his family to justice and that they've been building a case against him for years. On the other side of the aisle, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is criticizing the Trump administration's decision, saying that Americans are worried about his plan for the U.S. to run Venezuela. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Our first episode for the new year, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Yeah, let's say hello to sneakers for the first time in the new year. Ready for another great week and another year of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Prayers for all and be good to each other. Good morning from Plowboy from Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, lots going on. Yeah, to hell with all those Trump haters. Send them to Venezuela, right? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What in the wild, wild world of sports happened there? Sunday Night Football. I wasn't watching the game. I was just kind of watching the screen and the ticker and the score. I looked like the Ravens had won the game. I thought time had expired, but something happened. Steelers win a crazy game. Said Ravens missed an easy field goal and ultimately lose the game 26-24. I'll have to go back and check out the review. Yeah, with that being said, yeah, the playoff brackets are all filled in the NFL. Meanwhile, it was, okay, college football weekend. Playoff action, right? How did we do? Yeah, only one of us had a perfect record. Looks like the prognosticator of prognosticators correctly picking 2 out of the 4 playoff games there. The grumpy old grump, the analyst, picks 1 out of 4. And the one and only Steve Summers had a perfect record, picking 0 out of 4 games.
No, Steve, I feel your pain, brother. I thought, man, but I got a story to go with that too for you, Steve. I got to, before we get started, be careful I tell this story, Grump. John from Dayton, Ohio. He was there at the game.
Yeah.
Or not at the game, but he was there to watch the Rose Parade. And I was visiting with him. I said, well, John, ain't you ever heard of the prognosticator? He said, no. Have you heard of Grump? No. I said, surely you've heard of Steve Summers. He says, no. And I said, don't you listen to the talk radio around there? And he says, no. And I said, Steve has a nighttime radio show. And he said, never heard of him. I said, what about them Buckeyes? He said, the hell with them Buckeyes. So you know what I figured out?
What's that?
We're all a bunch of wannabe somebody's calling into the show thinking we're somebody when we're still just a bunch of damn nobodies. So, hey, there we go. You're a nobody, Steve, just like the rest of us.
Oh, that's good to know.
A man don't live 50 miles from you, never heard of you.
Never heard of me. I'll be darned. Well, Happy New Year to you too, Ed.
Well, I'm just telling you the truth, brother. So I'm right there in you. I'm right there with you on the same boat. So anyway, I thought it was funny. But, yeah, we had a good college weekend. Even the games up before the playoff games were good. Iowa beating Vanderbilt. That was a good game. And Texas, they played a great game. And so then we got into them playoffs, and, man, those were, other than Alabama, I don't know who showed up for that game. But it dang sure wasn't Alabama.
Right.
But the Georgia Ole Miss game, I kind of got aggravated there because, and I tell you, though, I don't know what conference those refs are from. They give Georgia 3 more chances to win that game with 1 second on the clock. And if they would have pulled that off and won it, that would have run college football right there. Did you see any of that game?
I did not. I did not get to see it.
They give Georgia 3 different times. There was 1 second left, and they kept 3 different times and made them play that 1 second. And I thought, man, Ole Miss has already clearly won the game, and you're trying to fix it where Georgia can win the game. That was the take I got off that, and I thought, and I was glad Ole Miss was finally able to stop them on that last chance they got.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost run college football. And we know if that would have happened, it would have been run. What do you think, Grump?
Well, I know that they had to go exactly like the rule book said, and that was on that defensive penalty that they had to put the 1 second back on the clock. They couldn't run the clock out, and so 1 second. I don't know what they thought they were going to accomplish. I knew, Georgia was never going to get close to it, even if they started that razzle dazzle crap, throwing the ball around like they did. They wasn't going to get close to it, but I think they did that just to kind of keep the, hold down the noise or whatever you want to say, but. They were Big 12. They were the Big 12 referees, and I don't know why in the hell they don't mix that up. Take a couple from the Big 12, a couple from the Big 10, a couple from the SEC, and mix it up, and just have a referee pool. But every playoff game they draw different referees from different conferences, and I don't know that they're given the fairest assessment on the penalties and things like that. Like I said, it's we talked earlier. Me and Ed talked earlier, but when the Georgia running back got his helmet ripped off, on a face mask or his head pulled around, blatant. Hell, they seen it right there on the news. Everybody was talking about it, and they didn't throw a flag. And when they got to talking about the penalties and stuff, the referees had decided that they would keep the penalties down so that the game could get wouldn't run into a lot of questionable plays and things like, questionable calls and stuff. So they wanted to keep the penalties down, but you don't keep penalties down by not calling them. If they're blatant, you call them. And, the 1 second I didn't agree with, but it was in the rule book where they had to put the 1 second back on the clock. And so that kind of,
but the other two times, what was the reason for that?
Both of those were defensive penalties. Yeah, and the ball had went out of bounds on one before it was touched, and the clock could not start until the offense touched the ball. So, on the onside kick, I think they had an onside kick and something else, a couple other things. I'd have to look at the very end of it again, but it was just crazy that the ball wasn't getting touched. It got slapped out of bounds one time there by the defense. So by Miss Ole Miss. So that didn't start the clock. I mean, it just, the clock did 1 second just sat there, and then they had to replay that down again. So it was, he you're right. They had three shots at it, but
you're saying with what you're saying. Okay, let's go back to the first play. The first 1 second play. Once that quarterback released the ball, to me, okay, the defense slapped it out of bounds. That once that quarterback released that ball, that play was in action. And that's when, in my opinion, that's when that clock should start. If you're waiting for an offensive player to touch the ball, then see that to me, that's just that's crazy as hell. Because once that quarterback gets the ball, it's snapped to him, and then that clock should start. That's the way I see that.
I think two of them was on a kick though, on a kickoff. I think that's how that was. Because Ole Miss had scored on that.
Okay.
So it was two times there. They on the third time the clock did run down. That was the way it worked. But it's kind of confusing. I mean that used to did not be like that until they started messing with the rules and stuff. And I get it. I guess it's they want to make sure everybody's got the right opportunity and that the ball was actually put into play and not just slapped out of bounds, which they, I don't know. And they had another penalty on there before. They had a backfield penalty before the ball was even put into play. So that cost, it had to be, the down had to be replayed over that. So it's just a lot of crazy crap that went on that. And it just, like I said, it's hard to understand why they would leave 1 second on, but then again, it's easy to understand why they would leave under 1 second on. And
they sat there and played what? Maybe I'm put too much time on it. I thought they're playing 15 seconds over 1 second, which is going to give Georgia a chance to score the damn thing. And to me, that was a run right there.
It went back and forth, but once the ball was in play, and Georgia did have possession of the ball, and they did put it in play, the clock, I mean, there is no clock. It runs down to 1 second, and they can go the next hour throwing it back and forth and whatever until, they're either tackled, down by the defense or they score a touchdown. So, that's just that's just the way it is. I mean, anybody, any team, in any conference, abides by the same rules and stuff. But I don't know. I watched so many of those so many of the referees and stuff, and I thought, man, they just one missed call after another, and especially on pass interference. I mean, they just was not calling it.
You kind of said it there at the beginning, and maybe you might be right. Put them in a pool. Pull one ref from the Southeast, one from the Big 12, one from the ACC, that might be a better way of doing things. You know what got all that started? You go back several years when Oregon and Oklahoma played out there in Oregon, and it's clearly, I don't care who you are, Oklahoma got refereed out of that dang game. I think that was in the early 2000s. I know you remember it. And it was clear and blatant that they were Pac-12 refs that give that game to Oregon. And that's what got all this started. In any game that's a potential national championship or a playoff game, if a Big 12 and a Pac-12 was playing, they were going to pull the refs out of the Southeast or the ACC.
Right.
That's what got all that started. So, but with what Grump just said, Steve, that was a good analytic explanation. That's why he's the analyst, not a prognosticator. But that's why I'm winning and he's losing. He done lost the season because our Ohio State Buckeyes are out of it, so he don't get that hat.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right.
That hat stays with me.
I'll tell you, I was rooting for Miami on that when when I seen how they were playing, I thought these people, they come out to play ball. They want that win. They're going to get it. And Ohio, I don't know what the hell happened to Ohio State there, to have number one defense and to be that hot in the red zone and to be able to work that ball down the field the way they did. Miami just stepped up and knocked them flat of their ass. It was just that's the way football should be played. And I knew I was losing that game, but like I said, I was looking at Miami saying, damn. I mean, they're in contention right now. They could. It's going to wind up. I think it's going to wind up being Indiana and Miami in the final game, and it's going to be hard to figure out which one's going to win that.
I'm right there with you. But at the same time, it's like we talked earlier, Oregon and Indiana, that's coming into an Oklahoma-Alabama scenario where can you beat Oregon twice in 1 year? That's going to be the difficult task for them. But we'll wait and see and do some more studying on that.
The thing with Oregon, if Dante Moore's healthy and the defense that Oregon put up was just phenomenal. I mean, they really were. They stopped Texas Tech dead in their tracks, and who didn't score a damn goal. I mean, they didn't get any points on the board whatsoever, and that was contributed to the fact that when you listen to them at the end of the game and everything, how they were talking, they said they watched every film they could possibly watch on Texas Tech, learning the movements, learning how they're blocking, learning this, learning that. That's something that Texas Tech did not do, and I think what's his name, Billy McGuire. I think Coach McGuire wants to step back and have a redo on that because he called the shots where they did not practice the way they should have. They wanted the guys to get their rest and everything. They did some scrimmaging and things. He wanted them healthy when they come out there, and that wasn't the way Oregon was. They took it to the mat, buddy. They really did. So I don't know.
They were griping too. I guess everybody's gonna have something to cry about, but all the teams that got buys, I believe they all lost.
Yes, I think
Ohio State, they got a bye, they lost. Indiana, did they get a bye?
Yeah, they did, but
no, they played Ohio State. Georgia got a bye.
Yeah, Indiana, I thought got a bye also on that because let's see, I'd have to look back at that and see.
That got a bye.
Yeah, it was Indiana, Ohio, Georgia, and Texas Tech. Those were the four.
Okay, buys. Indiana's the only one that got a bye that won their game.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but they was all crying for Georgia and Tech and Ohio State because they got a bye, and well, that wasn't fair, and they they should have played another game so they would have been ready. Well, hey, what do you want? You want to buy, or you want to, instead of playing 14 games, you're playing 15 games? But that ought to stop that buy stuff when they go to a 16-team format, I'm assuming. So, I don't know. But it was pretty glaring when you got 3 teams that got a bye that got beat.
Yep.
And they blamed it up because they laid off so long.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it's like he said, that Tech coach, well, that's his fault for not keeping the guys. That's all coach. You know, you screwed it up, but not holding your boys to the fire and working their butts off. And, you know, you get a tendency to lose your mojo when you lay around. You got to stay motivated and keep practicing, because you're playing for all the marbles and laying around on your butt on a beach somewhere and enjoying the sunshine ain't going to cut it. So,
you know,
go ahead.
They come out lazy. I mean, they come out just in the very beginning. I mean, just watching them play, it was like, damn, you guys just, you know, instead of wrapping them up on tackles and stuff, you know, they just drop their shoulder down and try to, you know, bulldoze them down on the ground. You can't, you know, a team like Oregon. I mean, they, you know, Oregon of course didn't have the toughest schedule, but they got some damn good players. They got a lot of money wrapped up in that team, and I don't know. It's you know, we was looking at, you know, all the quarterbacks, and you know, right now that starting quarterbacks that. And then there's a few backups that want to enter the portal, you know, that did enter the portal on the 2nd, you know, at midnight on the 2nd. They were eligible to enter the portal, 26 of them, you know, and then you listen to some of these damn players and stuff, and they, you know, like I said, they're chasing the dollar, you know, and you know, when you hear one of them talking about, you know, somebody asking what he's going to do with his first NIL check, I'm going to buy me a Lamborghini, you know, or some crap like that. I mean, you're sitting there going, damn, where's the education at? You know, and it's just, I don't know. They're going to have to do something with that. And
well, that basketball coach at Arkansas, I think he summed it up pretty good. That they need to just allow them one transfer, and after that, you and like he was saying, they're not out there playing for an education. They're just out there playing for $1. And that's it. And that, you know, that's running these kids. I mean, what good does it do you if you go to college and you don't get an education? You come in there looking for a job, and they tell you to start cleaning the toilets, and there you got a degree in what? A degree in what?
Yeah. It's going to be interesting here in the next couple of years and see how they tie this up, and you know how. Yeah, I think Congress is going to get involved in it. You know, and try to stop a lot of this donations, as they call it, and for the NIL, and we'll see what happens. But it's going to be, you know, I don't know. I'd like to see that taken care of, and I would love to see a damn referee pool come from somewhere. You know, I mean, just you know, just have them all. You know, no conference referees at all. Just everybody falls under the, you know, the college, you know, football referee status, and they could just draw names on who it is. I think they got 16 refs.
Maybe you think they ought to do that during the regular season as well?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think they ought to just draw off of the regular season. You know, they shouldn't be a conference ref. I don't think so. I mean, it's, you know, not after, and seeing what we saw, you know, and you know, Tech fell on their ass. All right, that's a fact, but they also had a lot of frustration there from a lot of the calls that they were getting called on that, you know, Oregon wasn't. And I don't look at one team or the other team and say, you know, they're winning because of the coach, because of the referees, you know, are calling bad calls or whatever. I look at it, you know, it pisses me off when it happens to both sides. You know, I don't just sit there and, you know, I might root for one team or whatever, but I'm rooting for fairness.
Right.
You know, I want to see that game played.
There was a game, I forget which one it was. Maybe it was the Ole Miss Georgia game. I seen a and it was a blatant pass interference on Ole Miss, and they called it. But then I'll be darned if Georgia didn't have a blatant pass interference in front of the ref, and he just sat there. And I'm thinking, boy, where's the fairness in that?
Yeah.
That pass interference that Georgia performed was just as blatant as the one that Ole Miss performed. But you called it on Ole Miss, but you didn't on Georgia. Make me understand that. I mean, I'm not stupid. I know pass interference when I see it.
And one of the things, too, that they got to get out of is in the final, after the 2-minute warning or the 2-minute timeout or whatever they're calling it these days, in the last 2 minutes of the game, they just let it, the chips, unless it's just an absolute must, they will not call anything unless it's, an offsides or something like that, that they'll call. But, they just let them fight it. And it's, I think that's kind of knocking away on some good games. I mean, especially when it comes down to a field goal and they're not, the refs aren't doing their job and call.
Right. Hey, gentlemen, we close out the first hour. We'll be right back.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro could face deportation after his U.S. trial. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
And if there's a legitimate government in another country that wants them to come and pay for their crimes in their country, we'll work with them. Right now, we don't have that in Venezuela.
While speaking on Fox News Sunday, Noem emphasized the Trump administration has been building a case against Maduro and his wife for years and is now focused on bringing them to justice. Ahead of deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's court appearance set for noon on Monday, protesters are rallying outside the New York City jail where he's being held.
Some protesters chanting, "Shame on you," and "Down with the dictator." Others chanting, "No blood for oil." Federal prosecutors are charging Maduro, his wife, and their adult son with drug trafficking. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox News,
"Bring these terrorists like Tren de Aragua and Maduro to justice."
The trio was arrested during a U.S. military raid early Saturday, read their rights by FBI agents, and then transported to New York. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Senate is set to vote this week on whether or not to block President Trump from taking further action in Venezuela without congressional approval.
The bipartisan War Powers resolution is sponsored by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Virginia Democrat Tim Kaine, California Democrat Adam Schiff, and Kentucky Republican Rand Paul. The measure only needs a simple majority to pass. That means 3 more Republicans would have to join Paul call to give it the needed 51 votes. However, Trump would likely veto any resolution to limit his power if it were to pass in Congress. I'm Michael Kastner.
American tourists remain stranded across the Caribbean after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, temporarily closing airspace. Flights are resuming, but many, including families in Puerto Rico, face delays of several days as airlines work to get travelers home safely. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
South Florida Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz broke ranks to praise President Trump's capture of Venezuela's illegitimate dictator Nicolas Maduro, calling it welcome news for exiled Venezuelans. Trump's move, supported by several Florida Republicans, including Rick Scott and Maria Elvira Salazar, is being hailed as peace through strength, ending a narco dictatorship and giving Venezuelans hope for a free democratic future. Well, jury selection begins on Monday in Corpus Christi for former Uvalde school officer Adrian Gonzalez. He's been charged with 29 felonies for allegedly failing to confront the gunman during the May 24, 2022 Robb Elementary School massacre, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. The trial was moved from Uvalde to ensure a fair process. The Wisconsin judge convicted of obstructing ICE agents who were trying to arrest an illegal alien from Mexico has resigned from her post.
Former Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan announced her resignation Saturday. Her felony conviction came after an incident last year where prosecutors accused her of helping an illegal immigrant evade federal agents. Dugan was acquitted of a misdemeanor charge of concealing a wanted person. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.81. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.94, while Muskogee County, Oklahoma is down to $2.04. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, as the new year is underway, our first live edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here in 2026. All ready for a new year. And while we've got the prognosticator and the analyst on the line, Brain Dead had forwarded a story to me over the New Year's weekend, and he said he would like to get you guys' take. And this is about the whole NIL thing that we've talked about so much, the name and likeness. I'll try to do the Reader's Digest version of the story. But it was Georgia Athletics is taking Missouri football defensive end Damon Wilson II to court in a rather novel, nearly first-of-its-kind case over an NIL contract dispute. Now, this first reported back in early December. UGA is attempting to take Wilson into arbitration, seeking $390,000 in what they call liquidated damages from the star edge rusher who transferred to the Tigers in January of 25 over what the university views as an unfulfilled contract. Yeah, the lawsuit is not against the University of Missouri. It's only against Wilson. According to the ESPN report, Georgia is arguing that Wilson signed a contract, which is a common practice in the NIL era, with what was then UGA's main NIL and marketing arm, Classic City Collective, like in December of 24. That collective has since shut down, and UGA has partnered with Learfield to negotiate and facilitate NIL deals in this revenue-sharing era. Wilson signed a 14-month deal worth $500,000 with the Bulldogs. He was set to earn monthly payments of $30,000 through the end of the contract, as well as two $40,000 bonus payments. Before announcing his intention to transfer, he reportedly was paid like $30,000. Now, the contract states if Wilson left the team or transferred, which he ended up doing by going to Missouri, he would owe the collective issuing the payments a lump sum equal to the amount remaining on his deal. The bonus payments apparently were not included, so that brings the total to $390,000 that George is now seeking in court. Of course, Wilson says he was only paid a fraction of that sum, but the university's arguing he owes the full amount. Again, the long story short, something about liquidated damages. The contract apparently includes that clause, that language, which is intended to stop players from transferring. And that's say Missouri right now has multiple players on 2-year contracts. Part of that is in the hope that they don't move after one season. If Georgia's arbitration case against Wilson is successful, it would be a groundbreaking ruling in college athletics that would give more weight to the so-called liquidated damages clauses in their contracts. I guess that would mean all these colleges would then begin putting liquidated damages into their clause. So if they leave, you owe us back all the money that was still on your contract. Had you heard about that?
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, in my opinion, Missouri should be held accountable for that remainder of that contract. It's like the pros. If a team picks up another player, that they have to honor the spirit of the contract with the other player.
Okay.
Is that player worth it? What's that player worth? Missouri, because Missouri let him on the team, knowing he still had an open contract with Georgia. I mean, if you're going to play in this arena, then now that Missouri's got that player, you should be the one that's holding that contract and cover any collateral damage.
Mm-hmm.
Now it depends on what we may not have the full scope of what the contract says. Was this dependent on how many yards per game, how many Russians per game? In this case, what was it, a defense or a split end or something like that? How many passes he catches? I'm sure there's some fine print in there, and that's what it's going to come down to. What did the fine print say? Were the coaches making it harder for him to fulfill the obligations of that contract?
Mm-hmm.
But was the player performing like he was supposed to? Because once you get out on the field, if you sign the contract, you've got a job. In other words, don't be dropping these damn easy passes that you see a lot of them do. You see where I'm coming from with that?
Right.
But right now, the way I see it, if these colleges are going to accept these NIL transfers just out there seeking more money, you better be looking at the contract he signed with the school he's coming from and be prepared to pick up any collateral damage if you want that player on your team. Go ahead, Grump.
I see it a little different than that. I see that it's his name, his image, and his likeness that was on the contractual agreement. Now, liquidated monies that they're claiming, if they didn't pay them out, how in the hell can they recoup them? Because all of those all the NIL money is not coming from the school. It's coming from that's given money to the school or to that individual directly. I don't see anything happening with it other than the fact that he just walked off on the contract. I mean, they have the right. They have a clause in the contract that they can terminate it if he's injured or anything like that. But I don't see that they're going to go after him on anything like passes or anything like that, because that has nothing to do with name, image, or likeness. So when he transferred to Missouri, I don't see how they can get anything other than what was that was already paid to him. And if he played any football at all in Georgia prior to him transferring, on the contract, if he played no football whatsoever and he transferred to Missouri, then the contract that Missouri had offered him and stuff like through his agent and everything else. And by the way, every damn one of them has an agent now. I read that article, but I don't see really how that they're going to try to recoup the whole thing from him when they did not pay that amount of money. Mm-hmm. What they're saying is that we want money back on your name or on your image or on your likeness. And even though they had that contract, he signed a contract and everything with them for that $500,000 or whatever it was, and they're wanting 300 and something thousand back, plus the bonuses. And the way I read that was that they wanted the bonuses back, even though the bonuses weren't paid. They wanted money back from those potential payouts. I don't see it happening. I think it's going to be dismissed, number one, and the only thing that he's going to have to, that he may be liable for is what they already paid him, and that's it. I think it's going to be dismissed without prejudice, and
unless it's in the contract, it was guaranteed money, then the player can turn around and counter sue, couldn't he?
Well, yeah, if they guaranteed the money or whatever. I mean, but if we're looking at it and they say it's guaranteed money only if he's at that school, who wrote the contracts? What I'd like to see, was it the University of Georgia that wrote the contract, or was it? I mean, it would probably have to be. But how? When they get into paying players, to play there, that's going to look. I don't. You know what I'm saying? That's going to look kind of weird. So I know some of the contracts and stuff are going through a third party, to where the donations and the people that are actually forking over the cash on these, for the name, image, and likeness, say it's Nike or somebody like that, are they saying that he has to stay at Georgia for all this time? Or is it Georgia saying that? As long as you're going to be collecting money from from these outside entities? Do you have to stay here? I don't know.
I got to be honest with you, Grump. I'm behind Georgia on this, and they've got to do something to hold these players accountable for these signed contracts. It's going to go a long way in stopping these players from chasing the damn money.
Right.
It's like the basketball coach at Arkansas was saying. All they're doing is chasing money. They're not chasing an education. So if these kids want to play and be paid, then you've got to honor the spirit of your contract. Now, okay, you signed it for $360,000. Boom, Missouri going to offer you $500,000. Sorry, boy, you ain't going to Missouri. I think Georgia might win this.
I don't know what kind of money he got.
But Missouri will be accountable for it.
I don't think they can hold, I don't think they can hold another school accountable because they didn't write the contract. Is what I'm looking at. I
see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from, but they brought a player in that was under a contract with another school, based on your own, because you're wanting to build a powerhouse winning program.
And I would just about bet any kind of
the spirit of that contract.
Well, I just about bet anything that they had that player sign, a release saying that they will not be held liable for any of his contractual agreements or any future lawsuits or anything else on that. They would have to. I mean, they would have to cover their own butts. Look at somebody like Manning. He got $6.7 million, and top 5 players I think got $35 million. Total in out of the SEC. So that's nuts in itself right there. I mean, it's how can the team function when you have 3 players on that damn team that's making that kind of money, and the rest of them are sitting there going, I'm supposed to be working my ass off to make them look good. I think it's an individual choice, number one, on the school, and I'd like to see them. I would like to see them do something where they're not jumping from school to school. But when you break it all down, who's causing them to jump from point A to point B? It's sponsors that are looking at other schools like Missouri. I don't know who it would be, saying, hey, if we can get this guy to come here, would you sign a contract on him? Yeah. Why are they even signing damn contracts on college sports? I have no idea. They ought to, if they're going to put any kind of clause in there, they ought to put in there that they got to maintain at least a 2.8 grade, point average, or they don't get paid. They don't get any damn money. And if they transfer, then they're on their ass. I mean, they have to pay back any money, that they've already taken. But I can't see them doing in that liquidation clause where they're going to try to hit him up for money that he did not receive. Mm-hmm. I can't see that. I think that, when it boils down to it, it's probably going to be, a sponsor's probably going to be, well, let me just write a check to Georgia for $300,000 or whatever you already received. And, whoever is backing him, and letting it go at that, and they'll probably accept it just to get it out of court. Because the last thing colleges want, I think, is this much exposure on this damn NIL money. I mean, they're backpedaling right now on it because just like you said, Ed, education's not important anymore. It's a check from a sponsor or a check from the NIL people. So it's the way I've always read this NIL stuff. It has to be third party. It cannot be paid by the school. It has to be paid through the school. They have to be aware of what's being paid, but I'd like to know who in the hell's writing these damn money contracts, whether it's a third party or what, and why Georgia feels obligated to sue him, to recoup money if the school paid it. And I'll tell you what, that's going to set a bunch of stuff on fire. I mean, literally, it's going to be a do they want that kind of exposure? Because it's really going to, yank a knot in the NIL as far as I'm concerned. This might be the, see who else is going to do this. How many people is going to fall in line on these lawsuits and stuff like that, and see if it brings this damn NIL crap to a head.
Right.
And say, all right, let's get your education in here. If somebody's going to sponsor you with some, little cash, we don't want to know about that. But if you transfer out, then you got to pay back all your damn school.
I want to, the name, image, and likeness. It all seems to be about the star players. But here I'm a grunt, blocking, sweating, getting the gas knocked out of me. So you can go out there and shine, and you're eating steak, and all I'm getting handed is a damn hot dog. Guess whose ass is going to get tackled? Guess who I'm going to allow bust through that line and bust your ass? Now, are you going to share some of that NIL money with me, and I'm in the trenches, and I'm a proven blocker? No, if you ain't going to share it with me, guess what? The hell with you. I'm here for an education, but I'm not going to get my limbs broke up so you can shine and make millions, and I'm over here and I'm getting my college education paid for, and that's all I've got to look forward to. I'm out there playing too because I'd like to hopefully make the professionals, but I ain't going to do it at the expense of my damn health where you're getting millions of dollars. So, yeah. Go ahead.
When you look at it, just like that, I mean, hell, you got some long snapper that he's coming out, 4 times a game or whatever like that, and they're counting on him to get the ball out there, and the same thing. I mean, he's getting absolutely nothing, or some linebacker sitting there, going, well, what the hell? I mean, I'm my job is to protect the quarterback, and he's making $6.5 million, and what did I get? I got a coupon from damn Domino's. I just, it don't make any sense to me, and I think it's gonna, this.
So it's going to take the players to help clean this mess up.
Yeah, I think so. I think
the silent majority, I guess, is what you'd call it.
But these lawsuits, this is going to hit the big time here. I mean, it's going to be the. If they get 2 or 3 of these going, it's going to be, ESPN, of course, is going to be all over it, and a couple of others.
With me calling in here like this, and you guys, my time's valuable, Steve. By God, I want a degree. We want a degree from the Steve Summers School of Talk Radio. Because we're listening to Grump. Hell, I need a college education, and I only have 1 year of college. So I want a degree. So I'm going to start protesting there.
Let's set him in the corner, put the Dunce hat on. It's just, it just.
How do you feel, Steve? Do you feel like you're getting educated by Grump?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. All I know is, I mean, when it's the NIL, it's not supposed to be pay to play, right? It's not supposed to be that. It's just they're getting paid for the name, image, and likeness.
Right.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be, and it all started, I mean, every damn bit of it started because of, Kellogg's and companies like that were posting their pictures on cereal boxes and on, here, yonder, and everywhere, or they're catching a ball or something like that, and say, hey, come to Georgia or come like that, something like that, where they were showing an image of them or a likeness of them.
It'd be tantamount to hot shot fakers paying me money for the best hour or 2 hours of talk radio on Sunday night, Monday morning. No Grump here ain't getting nothing. How long do you think he's going to hang around?
Yeah, right.
We'll be stuck with Captain Ron. I got to give a hats off to Captain Ron. He did send me a list. I think Captain Ron has a secret fantasy of being joining up with the analyst and the prognosticator, because he did send me a list of Miami, Indiana, Oregon, and Georgia. So he won 3 games.
Wow.
So he did. We'll give my hats off to him. But,
He did better than all of us.
Yeah, true. Better than me. I think he was just lucky. Yeah, in his picks. He just threw the names in the hats and drew them out. I know that's wrong. He didn't go in tonight, did he?
No. I mean, I at the end of the year, I think he's not on the road. I'm kind of hoping he's going to get something lined up ASAP, but
licking his wounds. Well, hats off to you, Captain Ron, that's for sure. But, well, guys, I guess we call in what, Grump? Steve, right quick, I'll get with Josh tomorrow. I'm going to have him call you, let you work that out.
Okay.
Because I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow night or probably Tuesday night when he calls in. I know he's celebrating his wedding anniversary, so.
Okay.
I think that's today. So I'll get a hold of him here and have him get a hold of you on the number that I've got. So
okay, so I need to keep my phone handy and not ignore it for 48 hours.
Yeah, don't ignore it like you do me. But
it's a damn burner. You cheap ass, it's a burner. You big plan.
I've won the regular season. I'm going to win the playoffs, but I want to finish it out. So I guess we'll call Steve Wednesday night, Thursday morning, right?
Yeah.
So we got a game. We got Ole Miss and Miami playing Thursday night in Glendale, Arizona. We got Oregon and Indiana playing Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I don't know how big stadiums that Atlanta's got, but that game's being played in Atlanta.
Okay.
So now that's Friday night. So
okay. Well, I'll look forward to the Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and yeah, right there we're gentlemen. Thank you so much because we got to get our news break. Thank you, Ed, and of course the analyst, the Grump, will return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency meeting on Monday on Venezuela following the U.S. capture of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz appeared on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures.
I will remind everyone of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is, as we have in the past, which is a nation's inherent right to self-defense.
Russia, China, and Colombia reportedly requested the session in order to discuss sovereignty concerns under Article 2 of the UN Charter. Pope Leo is calling for Venezuela to remain an independent nation.
He told the crowd we must not delay in overcoming violence and embarking on paths of justice and peace while guaranteeing the country's sovereignty. Leo has been critical of some of President Trump's policies. Last month, he urged the U.S. not to try to remove Maduro by military action. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I've got to give a special shout out to the one and only Josh Steinmetz. For without Josh, we'd probably be listening to another replay here this early Monday. We did some computer updates several weeks ago, as you recall, but I don't know, this past morning, I get up early typically on any given Sunday morning, realizing it's back to work Sunday night into Monday. I get up bright and early and kind of go through all my email from the weekend, which in this case would have taken me all the way back to, so I had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I try to go at least get the base laid for the show prep. That I don't have to get up so early Sunday night to go through all that, and so I try to get ahead of the game. Everything had been fine all weekend, but I get up Sunday morning and my computer's asking me for a login, and we had set things up where nobody messes with my computer in here, so we didn't have a login, and I couldn't get in. So I started using like the old password from the previous computer, passwords that I might use for other things. I don't remember setting up a password. Anyway, I ended up locked out. So there was no way to do any sort of, log me in to let him get in and see what's going on with my computer. He said, Steve, I think I may have to come down there and do this live. And sure enough, so I don't know. It's It's a good 2 hour, 45 minutes, close to 3 hour drive one way. And he made that drive down this past afternoon to the secret bunker. Got it all worked out, so here we are. Thank you so much, Josh. I know that made for a long day. I actually sent him a text message at like 7 o'clock in the morning just saying, give me a ring whenever you get up this morning. And like 30 seconds later, the phone, so I said, what are you doing up at 7 o'clock Sunday morning? It's not very common, he says, but I guess he had one of those mornings where he just couldn't sleep or whatever, and so he had to. I took the family to church, took them to lunch and whatnot, and came down in the afternoon. So thank you so much, Josh, for saving the day. Meanwhile, as far as if you're tired of shivering or shoveling the snow or a little change in the weather, at least briefly, we'll see temperatures rising. We could see some close to record highs here this first full week of the year. Of course, recalling much of December, we were talking polar vortex, opening the gates to Arctic air. The lower temperatures throughout December obviously means our utility bills are going to be shock and awe when we open them up here for millions of people. But as the pattern change takes effect, temperatures come Tuesday of this week. Chicago, for instance, you'll be about 15 degrees warmer than you were Friday, say, mid-40s. Similar story by the middle of the week all the way to New York City, mid to upper 40s in the forecast, where you don't have any significant snow cover, such as where there is substantial snow cover, like around the Great Lakes. Warmer temperatures will be negated quite a bit until a lot of that snow melts. Melting snow could lead to some additional problems of its own as that snow melts during the day and temperatures drop at night. You get the refreezing thing and the black ice, wet pavement turns icy after sunset and during the early morning hours, so watch out for that. But in the southeast, the upcoming pattern is going to bring some record-challenging warmth, widespread highs into the 70s later this week. Atlanta, you are projected to challenge the record high of 72 that was set in 1989 come Wednesday of this. Some of that change is already being felt in parts of Texas. Temperatures there, parts of the state will reach the 80s and lower 90s. All this at the same time as our Alberta Clippers are kind of confined to the northernmost reaches of the country. All right, coming up, we'll get to Senor Heatwave, see how his new year's starting off. First, well, what do you say? Horse Feathers, welcome into the new year.
Yeah, Happy New Year there, Your Honor. Yeah. Sitting here waiting for somebody to show up, see if I can put a load on a trailer. Anyway, so I got to the truck there, and I'd asked the wife there what was going on with the Ravens-Steelers game there before I left, and it was just after halftime there, and I'm not sure if the Steelers had started their comeback, but anyways, the first half there of the game, I guess the Ravens scored 10 points or something, and then the Steelers came back and scored 13 unanswered points, and I guess they had the ball at the end of the half, and Mike Tomlin there, he elected to have his team try to go for a touchdown instead of kick the extra point there, or not an extra point, a field goal. Mm-hmm. And so they ended the half, and then they came back, and third quarter was pretty much dominated by the Steelers. And so, as I say, they came back, scored 13 points, and they were up. So, anyways, fourth quarter started, and there was I was listening to the ESPN reporters that were actually on a Ravens station, and you should hear them there singing the blues and how terrible it is, and well, then they get the touchdown and the Ravens go ahead, and oh my God, now glory time and happy days are here again, and they're ringing their bells and noisemakers, and New Year's all over again. And then the Steelers score, and then it goes back that way. And it was a offensive fourth quarter, put it that way, and it sounded like it was a really good offensive fourth quarter. And the Steelers came back, got a touchdown, went ahead with like 2 minutes left and no timeouts, and so they kicked off, and the Ravens ran the return backs somewhere around the 48-yard line. They would have been better off just kicking the ball right through the end zone and having to start on the 35 than to do that. But they got down. They got another couple plays, and there was a flag on a play, so that they got brought back some yards, and Jackson there, he was able to get a throw off, got him down to around the 25-yard line, and forget it, they actually tried to kick the ball. I think they were down to like 14 seconds left in the game, and the other thing is on the Steelers' last touchdown, they missed the extra point. I don't know how you missed the extra point, but I guess that happens. And anyways, they were set up for a 40-some yard field goal there. No winds, kicking straight into the end of the stadium. I guess Heinz Field there is a U, so they were kicking into the closed end of the stadium and lined the ball up in the center there. And the young kicker there, he gave it a good wallop, and he sent it on the way, and it went wide right, Your Honor.
Wide right. Oh. And the stadium goes wild.
Exactly. Oh yeah. So, but it's something, your whole season comes down to going on to the
2 seconds on the clock. How do you think that kicker's going to sleep tonight?
Yeah, but it was either make the field goal and host the Houston Texans the next week, or be done until next year.
Yep.
And
heartbreak.
So down to that one last play. So I don't know. I've never been a big Ravens fan. I don't know. So Ravens fans, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the fact they're the Cleveland Browns. Could it be the fact they used to be the Cleveland Browns? I don't know. But I don't know. I really don't do a whole lot with any of the sports. But back in the day, I was a Steelers fan for watching all that. So I was glad to see the Steelers win. But I'll tell you what, though, it sounded more like until the fourth quarter started, it was trying to decide which team was trying to lose the hardest, because it didn't seem like one was trying to win. It seemed like each one was trying to do the dangdest to try to see if they could lose. And, they had plenty of opportunities and didn't capitalize on a lot of stuff. So anyways, but I don't know. I sent you a few emails there from the last time you were on the air there. What was it? Wednesday morning, I believe. Last
Correct.
time you did 3 days, right?
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah. And so I don't know. There was a few things I saw come up. Didn't know if you could use any of your show prep at all, but I did see there on New Year's Day that the city of New York's mayor was got to put his hand on something and swear to something. And did you see it was Letitia James that gave him the words to do that with?
I don't think I caught that. No.
Yeah, the swearing. So what happens if she's convicted by any chance here of any of this stuff that supposedly that she did?
Yeah.
Now, since all her crime was before the swearing in, is all her actions that she does, are they okay, or do all her actions have to be I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. But then it's begun, Your Honor. You have to check this out. You have to check out what they're working on doing. Supposedly, any land real estate transactions have to go through City Hall now. Supposedly City Hall is going to, only allow a certain amount of sale. I mean, your property, if you're trying to sell it, you can't sell it, too high a rate and everything. And so it started, Your Honor. You'll have to keep track of all this stuff and see what they do in that city and what goes on with it. But be interesting to find out. But other than that, I guess you got the big news thing going on there down in Venezuela and that.
Yes.
And it's listening to your news there. They were talking about the fuel prices and that. And of course, Hawaii, not surprisingly, has a higher price of fuel than even California because, they're on an island out there. Do you know if they have any way to refine oil out there on the islands, out in Hawaii, or do they have refined product brought to them with the ships? Because everything's hauled in on ship. So I didn't know if they have ways, because the Navy has, the port and the naval base and everything out there. I didn't know if they have a refinery on Hawaii, one of the islands out there, or if, as I say, if everything has to be brought there already refined into its final product. Be kind of interesting to see because, if they need to have it, completely refined before it gets there, of course, that's going to raise the price because it's harder to transport multiple things than just one bulk thing that needs to become a finished product. So, anyways,
Hawaii has one refinery, the capacity about 94,000 barrels per day. I don't know what they consume there, but that doesn't sound like a whole lot.
Well, as I say, it's better to bring the raw product in and make it into a finished product there than to try to bring all the individual ones. So if they at least have some way to supplement it, that's good. So, but other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you. I guess we're going to have is this going to be considered a January thaw? We're going to have these 50-degree temperatures here, and you're talking about the melting of snow and everything, and rain all the way up to Canada instead of snowfall. And we're going to have to watch one other thing, because I have noticed the last few times crossing the Susquehanna River, especially down Lancaster County and going into York County and up around Harrisburg and everything, that river is pretty much covered with ice, Your Honor.
Yep.
Now it's not froze over that that it's solid that you want to go out and walk on it, but it's got ice from one side to the other. And about the time we start getting the runoff and melting and rain and the river rises, the ice causes a lot of problems, Your Honor. So I don't know. We'll have to watch this and see what happens. But is this considered January thaw then? Within the first full week, starting the second week of January, is that January thaw, or is that?
I think I'd say this is going to qualify, because then come mid-January, it's right back to old man winter.
All right. And I guess you got to check up there in upstate New York, because I don't know if they're going to melt all their snow or not, because last I heard, last snowstorm up there, they were calling for like 4 feet of snow to come off the lake up there. So the Tug Hill Plateau and all that stuff, they're up there. They're up to their noses in snow up there. So anyways, we'll have to see what that does. But this is their time of year, Your Honor. They need it. This is what they do. They work all year to get to this, to be able to snowmobile and put the snowmobile trails in. So this is their money making season. So this is what they want. But with that, Your Honor, I guess we'll let you get going, and you can do some due diligence, and maybe if we come up with anything, we'll give you a call back there. Hey, did Captain Ron call in? I didn't hear the very beginning.
No, we do not have an official greatest day of the week, sadly. No.
Yeah. The only thing I can say that's greatest about this is that, hey, the Steelers won. The Ravens lost. All right, Your Honor. We're out of here.
When you're in, and they did indeed. Hey, it is a new year, and we did actually have an announcement regarding our Hot Shot Secret. I can give you a little teaser. Can't give you the full story until we reach the midnight hour tonight here, rolling into the 6th day of January. But we will have a brand new product to tell you about. I can tell you, looking from the official Outlaw Diesel Super Series website, title sponsor announcement. We are excited to welcome Hot Shot Secret back as the Outlaw Diesel Super Series title sponsor, and not just for 2026, but for the next 3 years. Hot Shot Secret, known across motorsports for their high-performance oils, additives, fuel treatments that racers actually trust and use. They've been a huge part of pushing the diesel industry forward, have proven time and time again they are not just sponsors, they're invested in the sport. A huge thank you to the entire Hot Shot Secret team for believing in the Outlaw Diesel Super Series and what we're building. We also want to give a special shout out to Kyle Fisher, the heart of the brand and a true supporter of racers and motorsports. His passion for the industry and the people in it shows, and we're grateful for his continued support. So we cannot say thank you enough to Hot Shot Secret for backing the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, our drivers, and the diesel community as a whole. Partnerships like this are what help the sport grow and move forward. So we're proud to have Hot Shot Secret with us as we head into an all-new era of diesel motorsports, and we're just getting started.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
A brand new day coming our way. And a happy new year to all. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor, and a happy new year to you and yours. Well, I got a list of things, and I guess I'll get the first one off my mind. Those protesters were just having a no King's Day, here last year. And they were protesting that they thought Trump thought he was a king and they didn't want to have kings. Do they not think of a dictator as kind of a king? of a sort. I mean,
right.
They're all wanting that Maduro to go back, set him free. And it's a crying damn shame that the country where Maduro is from is celebrating and having American flags and just really praising Trump for helping them out with their issues with Maduro. And then here we are, we got idiots out here that want to send them back. That it really don't make any damn sense. It just shows how stupid one party, one bunch is over the other. So that's enough said about that, because I'm sure we're all a little tired of hearing that. Second, Bronco Mendenhall. He was the coach of the Lobos in 24, the New Mexico Lobo football team. He was there for 1 year, and he was under contract, and then he got contacted by Utah State up there in Logan, Utah, and he left. And, the college had to pay University of New Mexico a penalty, for poaching or whatever they want to call it. I call it poaching. Xavier, up in your neck of the woods, when they got their basketball coach from New Mexico, they had to pay the university a penalty as well. I guess it's not a buyout, but they had to pay them something. And I believe, since it applies to coaching figures, that any kid that goes to another college because they promised them more money, I would say that college that they go to is responsible for...
And that was Big Ed's take. So, yeah, hold the thought there as we get our news break.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency meeting on Monday on Venezuela following the U.S. capture of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz appeared on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures.
I will remind everyone of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is, as we have in the past, which is a nation's inherent right to self-defense.
Waltz calls Maduro an illegitimate drug kingpin. The UN Secretary General expressed deep alarm. Russia, China, and Colombia reportedly requested the session in order to discuss sovereignty concerns under Article 2 of the UN Charter. Deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is expected to appear in federal court in New York City at noon Eastern Time tomorrow.
The Venezuelan strongman is being held on drug trafficking charges along with his wife and adult son at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. That's a facility known for housing high-profile prisoners, including Ghislaine Maxwell, Luigi Mangione, Sean Diddy Combs, and Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Protesters have been demonstrating outside the jail, some chanting, "Shame on you," and "Down with the dictator." Others chanting, "No blood for oil," and "Stop bombing Venezuela." I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Top Democrats, including Representative Jim Hines, who serves on the House Intelligence Committee, are criticizing the U.S. capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, warning it could set a global precedent. He appeared on CBS Face the Nation.
It's an awful lot easier to break a country than it is to actually do what the president promised to do, which is to run it. Let's let my Republican colleagues enjoy their day of euphoria, but they're going to wake up tomorrow morning knowing, my God, there is no plan here any more than Afghanistan, Iraq, or in Libya.
The Trump administration defends that operation, citing Maduro's federal indictments and promising to oversee Venezuela's transition. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Denmark's Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen urged President Trump to stop threatening to take over Greenland, calling the idea nonsensical and emphasizing the island is not for sale. Trump has argued that Greenland is needed for defense, while Denmark and Greenland insist on maintaining sovereignty over the Arctic territory. Britain's new health secretary says the National Health Service is broken, reflecting on a major shift in public opinion. Satisfaction with the NHS was hit with record lows despite decades of rising spending. Long wait times and weaker outcomes are fueling debate over whether reforms, including more competition and choice, are now unavoidable. Monday marks the final day in office for Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. She resigned following a public break with President Trump over health care and the release of Jeffrey Epstein files. Greene, who was first elected back in 2020 and re-elected in 22 and 24, recently criticized the U.S. actions in Venezuela. Lake Superior State University's 50th annual Banished Words list has come out.
It includes 6-7, which was just named Dictionary.com's Word of the Year for 2025 back in October. Making up the rest of the list are demure, cooked, massive, incentivize, full stop, perfect, gift or gifted, my bad, and lastly, reach out. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Another hour underway here on a brand new day. I don't know if I'd call it the greatest day of the week or not, but it is a Monday. And those long holiday weekends are now behind us. Back to work. Of course, all discussion has been Venezuela and will continue here in the coming days. A lot of things in limbo. Who's actually going to be running the show? Maduro's gone, but essentially the Maduro regime, the supporters of Maduro in Venezuela, are pretty much still in charge of what's happening there. The president, addressing the nation over the weekend, alluded to the fact that we're going to be running the show. Some said, well, what do you mean? Are we taking the country over? What? And he said Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and I think there was an admiral behind him, general, somewhere. They said they're going to be running the show. Speaking this past day, Secretary of State Rubio said, we're not going to govern Venezuela day to day, other than enforcing the currently existing oil quarantine on the country. After the president announced the day prior that we would be running Venezuela. Kind of tempering some of the concerns that this action to achieve regime change might lead us into another prolonged foreign intervention or a failed attempt at nation building. It was definitely a step back from what the president had said, his vague claims that we would at least temporarily run the oil-rich nation. Rubio offered a more nuanced take yesterday, saying we will continue to enforce an oil quarantine that's already in place on the sanctioned tankers. That was in place before Maduro was removed early Saturday. And we're going to use that leverage as a means to press for policy changes in Venezuela. Rubio on CBS's Face the Nation said, so that's the sort of control the president's pointing to when he says that. We continue with the quarantine. We expect to see that there will be changes, not in just the way the oil industry is run, but for the benefit of the people, but also so they stop the drug trafficking, the blockade on the sanctioned tankers, some of which have been seized by the U.S., remain in place. And that's a lot of leverage, a tremendous amount of leverage that's going to continue to be in place until we see changes that not just further the national interest of the United States, which is number one, but also lead to a better future for the people of Venezuela as a whole, is the way he kind of explained it. Maduro, I believe, high noon today, will have his first court appearance there in New York, which will obviously be probably followed wall-to-wall coverage if the cameras are allowed in, right? All right, we left off with Senor Heatwave. Welcome back. We were talking some college football.
Yes, we were. Thank you for bringing me back. And one more thing about Maduro. The precedence was set in Panama with Manuel Noriega. So I don't think these people have a leg to stand on. All right, back to football. So, like I said, the coaches, Bronco Mendenhall and was it Richard Pitino, whatever, that the basketball coach from UNM that went to Xavier, those schools had to pay a penalty or a fine or whatever to University of New Mexico to acquire these coaches who were still under contract. And I think that in that case, a player would be allowed to go to follow them, I guess, through the portal. It sounds like the portal and the NIL are two different things. But either way, I think that the portal should be used one time, either to follow your coach or to play for another team if the coach that you were playing under has left due to his contract being done and you don't want to follow him, or if the coach dies or whatever, whatever you were dissatisfied with, go one time. The NIL, I think if the college acquires the athlete, because that's basically what you're doing, and that athlete is still under contract, then that college needs to pay the previous college whatever the penalties are that are in that contract. So if it says, hey, if you leave, you're going to owe X amount of money, then that college, through their boosters, need to pay that amount of money to the previous college for breach of contract. All right, that's my opinion on that. And oh, by the way, did Ed and Grump say that my man card was reinstated due to Miami's victory over the Buckeyes? Miami beat A&M.
we didn't get to the to your man card, and I didn't actually ask if mine had been rejected again because I picked 0 out of 4 for the playoff picks over the weekend.
Oh, goodness. Well, as the Pope would say in English, God bless you, my son.
I had picked Ohio State, Texas Tech, Alabama, Georgia, all 4 losers. Boom.
Well, I mean, the biggest surprise to me was the way that Oregon absolutely hammered.
Yes.
Was it Oregon? And Alabama. I mean, that was just an absolute butt kicking.
Yeah, Indiana's the one Indiana trounced Alabama. Oregon, though, Texas Tech put up a goose egg. I mean, nothing.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So, I mean, either way, those were not very good games. In A&M's defense playing against Miami, I mean, it was a defensive struggle. I mean, you just couldn't run the ball, you couldn't pass the ball, and I think the only reason why Miami scored a touchdown was due to an interception, wasn't it? I mean, other than that, it was just a hard-nosed, smash-mouth game of football.
Right.
So, but, I'll go ahead and we'll get off of the sports thing and the politics. Got a question, and it's going to take a bunch of people that are Chevy knowledgeable folks with engines. I had talked to a salesman because they already sent me, hey, we'd like to get your 16 Chevy Tahoe, or not Tahoe, but Silverado, and get you in a newer truck. And I told him, I says, you already got me for a 24 Tahoe that I got last year. Well, yeah, but, we got people that want a nice car like you have and pick up. And
sure.
You only got 62,000 miles on it, and, maybe you need something newer, being that it's 10 years old. And I thought, well, yeah, maybe so. And I was told that the 6.2-liter engine, gasoline, is more, besides being more powerful, is more fuel efficient than the 5.3. So I was talking to the salesman about getting a 6.2 liter in a 3/4 ton truck. And I had been advised by the salesman that the 6.2 is no longer available in the 3/4 ton 2500 Chevy products. It is now a 6.6, either gasoline or diesel. And the gasoline engine is not nearly as efficient as the 6.2, with about 16 to 18 miles to the gallon combined.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that I asked them about, well, what was the 6.2's issue? And they said, well, with the variable, I don't remember what the hell it's called, but the 5.62 will go from, in certain years, it'll go from a full 8 to 4, depending on, your travel. Level surface, it'll cut the cylinder 8 to 4. And they said on the 2 for the pickups, what was happening was, and it was kind of technical, but they were saying that it was running dry or running, and then it would eventually burn up and implode. So what they did is they went ahead and they put, instead of a 20 weight oil, they went to a 40. And I was like, is that it? They're like, yeah. And then they were talking, the salesman was talking about, if I ever thought about maybe getting a Duramax 3.0, otherwise known as the Baby Max diesel, into the half ton. And, I'm not really a big fan of 4-cylinder engines, but he said that the cylinder is still the same, has still the same per cylinder as the Duramax 8-cylinder. It's just half of the cylinders. And looking up on YouTube and going through the different videos and different comments, that 3.0 apparently it was about 95 to 5 as far as compliments to complaints. With pulling power, and it's just absolutely incredible for a 4-cylinder, but you do get more bang for your buck. And they were talking about the DEF consumption. One driver was saying, I've only filled up the tank once, and I got 10,000 miles out of it, as far as, using DEF.
Sure.
Others are saying 2 to 3. And I guess the tank is not very big, maybe 2-gallon, 3-gallon tank, if that. So it's like, well, okay. But, my concern, besides it being diesel, would be, obviously our temperature extremes out here in New Mexico are from extreme heat to extreme cold, the diesel gelling and whatnot, and I'd be using a bunch of the Hot Shot Secret product. But I don't know. I guess I'm trying to figure out what would be the best engine for me in a half-ton pickup to get. It's either the 5.3, the 6.2, or the diesel engine, the 3.0 Duramax. I'm leaning toward the Duramax, but I'd like to get some people who are Chevy folks. I can hear Gilligan in the background going, better get a Dodge, or Ford's the way to go. I just want to get people's opinion about the engines. So, if we can have some folks get on there and talk about it, that'd be fantastic for me. So, other than that, we're on our way to Memphis, and I'm sure I'll be walking 10 feet above the streets of Beale Street. So, as that song went way back when, many moons ago, and we'll turn around, come back to Apple Turkey, and co-driver's wife was going to have surgery on her hoof that the horse tore up, and she got drugged by the horse, and she had a broke leg and a broke foot, so something's not healing right.
Right.
So we got to be back here Tuesday so he can go ahead and take her to the hospital Wednesday, and we'll see what happens after that. But I'm sure Wednesday night I'll be back out on the road, and I guess that was about it. I'm sure I'll think of something later, but right now, those are the three things I wanted to touch on. So with that, Senor, I'll let you go.
All right.
Thank you very much for the time.
Again, Happy New Year, and thanks for joining us this early Monday. Safe travels.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I came across, what was it? I think it was space.com. As we start the new year, where they say 2026, this year is set to deliver historic moon missions, groundbreaking commercial space stations, and powerful new space telescopes. From astronauts circling the moon to spacecraft reaching Mercury and asteroids near Earth. This new year is shaping up to be a landmark year for space exploration. Governments and private companies alike preparing missions that could redefine how we live and work in space, deepen our understanding of the solar system, and push exploration further than it's gone in decades. And over the course of the year, space agencies and commercial providers targeting a wide range of milestones, including NASA's first crewed Artemis mission beyond low Earth orbit, the debut of commercial space stations, new lunar landers and rockets, asteroid sample return attempts, and the launch or arrival of powerful next-generation space telescopes. Of course, NASA's Artemis II mission will carry 4 astronauts on a roughly 10-day journey around the moon, marking humanity's first crewed mission beyond low Earth orbit since the Apollo 17 in 1972. Flying aboard the Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System, Artemis II will test life support systems, navigation, and communication in deep space ahead of future lunar landings. They've got the crew members all identified, targeting a launch no earlier, it says here, than February 5th. Although the exact date will depend on technical readiness with the available launch window that extends into April. So that could be just around the corner. Artemis 2 is a critical proving ground for future lunar landings, including Artemis 3. Its success would mark the true beginning of NASA's sustained crewed return to the moon. SpaceX hoping for a breakout year with the Starship mega rocket, flying the vehicle to Earth orbit for the first time and demonstrating in-orbit cryogenic propellant transfer. While the founder Elon Musk has suggested a Mars launch attempt this year is possible, he has acknowledged the odds are roughly 50-50. SpaceX, meanwhile, is working to achieve rapid reuse of both Starship elements, the Super Heavy booster and the upper stage, even without an interplanetary launch, successfully reaching orbit, transferring propellant in space, and quickly reusing hardware would represent a major technological leap. It could make this a pivotal year in Starship's path toward enabling sustained human exploration beyond the Earth. Blue Origin plans to launch the Blue Moon Mark 1 lunar lander, a robotic demonstration mission to the moon early this year, targeting a landing on the moon's south pole. That's a rather smaller space vehicle, but NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services program, although uncrewed, the mission will test precision landing technologies and surface operations critical to future lunar infrastructure, marking Blue Origin's first attempt to reach the moon, a major step toward establishing commercial lunar logistics. I guess that's really just kind of the tip of the iceberg. A lot on the slate. All right, I share that because I see Phillips on board. He'll be joining us here just ahead. I see we're right up against the news break. And for the first time in 2026, we'll see how Pappy has things going here in the new year. Meanwhile, the headline leading into the weekend were gas prices being the lowest we've seen in years, since March of 2021. Will the trend continue? There is some uncertainty when it comes to the Venezuela, but currently oil prices are really holding steady to start the new week, trading under $57 per barrel.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency meeting on Monday on Venezuela following the U.S. capture of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz appeared on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures.
I will remind everyone of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is, as we have in the past, which is a nation's inherent right to self-defense.
Russia, China, and Colombia reportedly requested the session in order to discuss sovereignty concerns under Article 2 of the UN Charter. Pope Leo is calling for Venezuela to remain an independent nation.
He told the crowd we must not delay in overcoming violence and embarking on paths of justice and peace while guaranteeing the country's sovereignty. Leo has been critical of some of President Trump's policies. Last month, he urged the U.S. not to try to remove Maduro by military action. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, coming up, we'll bring you up to speed some of the industry headlines. First, though, promised we'd get to Philip for the first time in the new year.
Happy New Year, bud. Happy New Year to everybody out there. And hope everybody has a prosperous year. And got a few things we need to pay attention to, huh, Steve? With a lot of stuff going on right now. What do you think?
Yeah. Did anybody see that coming? Surprise, surprise.
All right. So there's three things I'm going to be watching out for in the new year. Number one is AI.
Mm-hmm.
We all know what that's about. Number two is going to be oil prices, and we're watching that definitely with the situation that happened over the weekend. And then number three is going to be precious metals and the economy in that way too as well. Well, guess where two of those pieces are at right now? They're in Venezuela. So, Steve, why would we do something like we did if we weren't going to get nothing out of the deal?
Right.
And there's two things down there that we we can get control of over the Chinese and Russia, and that's oil and that's precious metals. Now, the last time that somebody has done this with a dictator, as Heatwave alluded to earlier, was Noriega, and that was in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And we have done, I did a search, and just to see, a Google search, just to see how many times we've done this before the United States, and we've done it a few times. President Trump isn't the first guy to do this. And the first time we did it was actually in 1909, and it was over lumber sales and other stuff that's needed viable for the economy. This is done before because of oil. It's been done before with Iran in 1953. And it's one of those things we just got to sit back and see what happens. But Paul Harvey, bless his soul. Now I got to say it. Now we know the rest of the story, because we've all been wondering why we've had all these ships off of Venezuela and why we've done this. All this stuff has been focused on Venezuela, and now we know the rest of the story. So what's your thoughts, Steve?
I think we all kind of suspected there was more to it than just drugs, but yeah, well, I guess in the last few weeks the president had already kind of tipped his hat on that, talking about that they had stole our oil. It's not. I mean, they didn't really steal the oil. I mean, they ripped off the oil companies when they nationalized their oil, but. I don't know. Do you think the oil companies are going to see? Are they going to want to invest in going back down there? I think the infrastructure for oil is in shambles.
Well, the biggest question is down there is, and we haven't heard too much out of these two countries, and that's China and Russia. I mean, they're doing things with the UN, but we haven't heard too many statements out of Putin, have we? And we haven't heard too many statements out of China. And the reason why I bring that up is because those guys were actually involved with a big bunch of oil deals a couple of years ago down there. Russia went in there and they did some pretty muscle deals and just some crazy stuff. And it's something that we have to pay attention to. Now, is this going to divide our relationship with Russia? I don't think so, because Russia needs oil just as much as anybody else, or China or anybody else. Russia has a lot of oil that they're sitting on.
And they need to sell.
And they're not talking too much.
They need to sell that oil.
Go ahead.
That's their thing. They need the money to sell from selling it.
Absolutely. But think about Venezuelan oil. A lot of small countries like, say, Cuba, I'm just using them as an example, and we know what's happening in Cuba right now. They're in pretty bad shape. If they can't get oil, they can't survive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And Horse Feathers talking about the Hawaiian thing, the refineries, 94,000 barrels a day. That's a lot of oil if you look at it for the amount of size of that island and how many vehicles are on that island moving around. And it is cheaper to do it like what he said. That is happening. But hindsight's 2020. What's Hawaii known most for? Their tourism. They don't want to bring a refinery in there and bring all this equipment in that's going to make all this stuff and cause an explosion or cause any kind of damage to the environment. And that's why kind of Hawaii has kind of stemmed away from building that kind of infrastructure there. And that's one thing we got to look at too with there, And Venezuela, though, the precious metals over there, you think the oil returns are big? Steve, there's a lot of gold over there. There's a lot of nickel. There's a lot of silver. There's a lot of different precious metals that are utilized in making things that we need every day to survive, or what we consider surviving now. You're talking about the space thing. We'll get on that for a second here. There are going to be more launches with SpaceX. They launched one the other day. They're going to keep their program going high bull. And as far as Blue Origin goes, Blue Origin is in the race with SpaceX to get all the lunar stuff going, because Iserman said that the other day when he said that's whoever gets to it first is going to be the one who gets the contract. And if Blue Origin has that set up like they do, they are going to get the contract. I mean, right as of now, Elon Musk has it the way it's looking for him. But also, there's one thing that I want everybody to watch in Florida. Those big starships are going to be coming to Florida, and that is a really big deal. I know everybody has paid attention to Texas, but if Elon can get it to the Cape and get it in more of a controlled environment. See, in Texas, he doesn't have a controlled environment. He has to front all the stuff for the infrastructure. But in Florida, he's got it all governed by the United States. I mean, by the way that the government has it. He's not on his own dime on everything in Florida. That's one thing with Cape Canaveral a lot of folks don't understand. You've got Cape Canaveral is governed by NASA and all that. You got them watching the range. You got them doing all this stuff. You know, it's a big deal. So watch it. It's going to be huge. Blue Origin, you're going to see more of that going on with their new Glenn rocket. You're going to see Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's going to be doing a ton of stuff this year. So there's a lot of things we got to focus on. So, but I didn't mean to stem too much on the Venezuelan thing, Steve, but, you know, now we know why everything is happening the way it is. And, Steve, did you hear that we're going to be losing one of our aircraft carriers for 3 years?
I did not catch that. Going into the dry dock or something?
Okay, well, we know of what the Harry S. Truman. That ship is going to be going out of service this year. It's going in. It's going to have a 3-year upgrade, which every aircraft carrier that's nuclear powered has that done. It has to be done because they have to update the all the nuclear stuff of the boat itself. And plus, it got damaged last year, and they need to fix that. They mended it, but they got to fix that, as well as they got a lot of things going on with that ship that need to be fixed. It hasn't really been taken care of right. And it's something that we've got to pay attention to because our aircraft carriers are going to dwindle down now. So we were talking about the battleship thing the other day when President Trump said we're going to get more battleships. Well, we still have carriers that are being built, okay? And these carriers are still coming out. The Ford class is still coming out. Plus, two, you remember the carrier called the Nimitz, Steve?
Absolutely.
That one there is slated to be taken out of service and either demolished or put aside. That one is set to be taken out of service, and that's something else. A lot of this equipment that we have out there has a shelf life on it, and once it gets to that shelf life, it's got to go. So just food for thought there, guys, and I want everybody to have a happy new year and be prosperous. And by the way, Heat Wave, that is all GM products across the board. It isn't just Chevy. They're having problems with that cylinder deal, taking cylinders out of operation. That is, I would not buy that engine. If you want any questions about it, there's a guy in Phoenix, Arizona. His name is Dave. He owns Dave Auto Center. You email him. He will tell you the story behind those engines and the problems that they have. Do not buy a GM car right now with that kind of stuff in it, a car or a truck. I wouldn't buy it because that technology is useless. They are having problems left and right with it right now. So just my figure on it, it's a GM thing. And by the way, Heat Wave, ask Tim Gentry. Tim Gentry just lost a Cadillac Escalade with a motor failure with like 10,000 miles on it or 15,000 miles on it. So that is a brand new car and went down. And that ain't no little bitty car. That's an expensive car. So that just my opinion, that 468 Cadillac that they had years ago was junk. And taking cylinders out of operation is not being economical, just like the starting and going thing with that that mess.
Yep.
So look at what you're going to buy before you buy it. I'm not saying don't buy a GM product. They have products out there that have regular engines in them that do good, but you got to be careful when you start taking cylinders out. I think the Asians and the Europeans got it right, whereas they control the fuel and the air intake of the vehicle. And that's where you save money on your being economical as far as gas savings. So just my 2 cents. Y'all have a good day. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thank you so much, Philip. That's what he was looking for. Input. And I've heard, a lot of problems with that engine. That question actually had come up when Josh was with us here about a month ago in studio talking about products, anything that can help out with that. And all right, it is 844-3388. Hello to Pappy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Steve. What's going on, man? Listen, being from Cincinnati, I'm sure you probably feel the same way. Man, I did not. I really don't care, but I really didn't want to see Pittsburgh win. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh, and I remember back in the 70s, Steve. Oh, I had a teacher at White Oak Junior High School. Wonder if he was still there when you were there. Mr. Sepsi. He was the
absolutely
junior.
Yes.
Remember Mr. Sepsi?
Yes, he was principal at White Oak Middle School at the time when I was there, and he was not principal. He was, he was the health teacher, if memory serves.
That could be. He was. I think he taught. He was a teacher when I was there. Man, I can't remember what he taught, but he was definitely a teacher. And I think he grew up in Pittsburgh. He was a big Pittsburgh fan. He also taught. He was a football coach for the 7th and 8th grade. So I could see how he could go into the health department. Anyway, man, I really felt sorry for that kicker. Man, dude, that's a bummer for him, man. I mean, it is what it is. If you watch it again, he kicked the ground before he hit the ball. Pressure got to him. I think he just choked, man. It is what it is. We're all human. Chester Nimitz. Yes, sir, Steve. The Nimitz CBA 68 is due to get decommissioned this year. Named after Chester Nimitz. Ran the Pacific Fleet in World War II. My dad actually chauffeured for him for a couple weeks. He was actually a chauffeur, believe that or not. All right, Steve, let's get to the elephant in the room, man. I got to spew my guts on this Venezuela thing. Steve, first of all, what the military pulled off, I didn't think they were going to be able to pull something like that off. Some people were downgrading it a little bit. Venezuela ain't nothing, wasn't nothing. But Steve, listen, man, what they pulled off, man, it just goes to show. I mean, some people that just really don't realize what it takes, right, to pull something like that off. Just like a lot of people didn't realize what it took to send them bombers into Iran to hit them nuclear sites.
Mm-hmm.
You'll just jump in a plane, man, So this was one heck of a tactical victory, I guess you could say. To pull this off, man, is just, it shows what our military is capable of, man. I don't care what anybody says. And believe you me, other people around this planet are taking note. I mentioned this before after the first Gulf War, right? When we were going up against the Republican Guard, right? The meanest and the baddest on the planet, supposedly. Well, what's the saying to go, Steve? F around and find out. The planet found out you don't mess with the United States after the Gulf War, Steve. We own the planet. We still do, but there are other countries that are giving us a run for our money. Make no mistake about it. So, I mean, kudos to the military for pulling this off. One of the things they did was they launched the mission several times, right? And then at the last minute, before the president would give the go or no-go, right, he would say no-go. They all pack up, go back to the ship, hang out, and the next day or two, they make it look like they're coming in again. They would stand down. They did this several times. So, listen, he knew we were coming. He just didn't know when. And by them doing that, they just never knew when it was going to happen. So when the president did give the go-ahead, I guess you can say they didn't know if it was going to be for real or not, so it kind of caught them off guard. Steve, what did you notice in the Trump's presser? There was a couple lines that really stuck out, but the number one line that should have stuck out to everybody when Pete Hegseth got in there, when they talked about not advising Congress.
Because Congress leaks. Congress leaks.
Congress leaks, Steve. What do I tell you? These D.C. swamps have ties to the cartel down there. And what does that say when the president's afraid to tell our own Congress because he knows there's people that will betray this country and leak it? People in our own Congress can't be trusted. Said that last week. Well, Steve, this isn't no surprise. We knew this was going to happen. We just didn't know exactly how it was going to happen. So there's a couple good things that come out of this. The D.C. swamp, right, had part of the snake's head cut off. Maybe that's not quite. Maybe some teeth pulled, right? Had some teeth pulled from the snake. So their grasp onto these congressmen that would have ratted us out are losing some steam there, along with the deep state. China, Steve, I'm telling you, had big military plans to go down in there with some naval bases. So I'm not saying it puts ixnay all that. We're not out of the woods yet, Steve.
Right.
All right? We are not out of the woods. There are some still bad dudes down there. I guess Maduro's second in command was sworn in to be the president today, right? So technically he's taken control of the country, so to speak. So listen, we're not out of the woods. It is imperative that the Venezuelan people get to vote who they want back in, whether it's this guy that actually won the election and Maduro said, no, I don't think so. I'm just going to take it from you. Took it from the American people, just like what happened to us in 2020. So these dudes got to be gone. And did you hear Trump in the presser again yesterday? He didn't mention them by name, but you know, he said the same goes to them. They better heed his advice. So we're not out of the woods. So let's hope that in the future this goes favorably towards the Venezuelan people and towards us. Steve, I don't know if you heard this, in the last 6 months, fentanyl overdoses have stopped 35% under the Trump administration. And most of that is because the border got shut down. There's less poison coming across the border. Some of it had maybe to do with these boat attacks. It's like anything else, Steve. Are you going to totally stop all narcotics in this country? No. I won't say who, but somebody made a comment. Well, you're still going to have your backwoods meth cookers.
Correct.
Yes, you will, Steve. But if you think they're going to be able to cook enough meth that Maduro was sending over here, that's just a small bit of it. So yeah, I mean that's a fact. Let's see what else, Steve. Well, let's get to the other big point here, which is oil. I was watching something the other day. It was pretty informative. They said the United States is the number one producer of oil. However, it's not, quote, heavy oil, unquote. There's 3 different types of oil that are refined and made and produced in this country. It's light oil, medium oil, and heavy oil. And we get most of our heavy oil from Canada. Heavy oil is used to refine into gas, and we do not produce a lot of it. We got a lot of it from Canada. Russia's up there real high. And who else? Venezuela has a lot of heavy oil.
Interesting.
And you were correct that the United States companies, Chevron, that went in there and helped Venezuela enrich themselves with this oil. So, Steve, the plan is
to go back in there and hold the thought there because we got to pause. We roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro could face deportation after his U.S. trial. That's according to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
And if there's a legitimate government in another country that wants them to come and pay for their crimes in their country, we'll work with them. Right now, we don't have that in Venezuela.
While speaking on Fox News Sunday, Noem emphasized the Trump administration has been building a case against Maduro and his wife for years and is now focused on bringing them to justice. Ahead of deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's court appearance set for noon on Monday, protesters are rallying outside the New York City jail where he's being held.
Some protesters chanting, "Shame on you," and "Down with the dictator." Others chanting, "No blood for oil." Federal prosecutors are charging Maduro, his wife, and their adult son with drug trafficking. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox News,
"Bring these terrorists like Tren de Aragua and Maduro to justice."
The trio was arrested during a U.S. military raid early Saturday, read their rights by FBI agents, and then transported to New York. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The Senate is set to vote this week on whether or not to block President Trump from taking further action in Venezuela without congressional approval.
The bipartisan War Powers resolution is sponsored by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Virginia Democrat Tim Kaine, California Democrat Adam Schiff, and Kentucky Republican Rand Paul. The measure only needs a simple majority to pass. That means 3 more Republicans would have to join Paul to give it the needed 51 votes. However, Trump would likely veto any resolution to limit his power if it were to pass in Congress. I'm Michael Kastner.
American tourists remain stranded across the Caribbean after U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, temporarily closing airspace. Flights are resuming, but many, including families in Puerto Rico, face delays of several days as airlines work to get travelers home safely. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
South Florida Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz broke ranks to praise President Trump's capture of Venezuela's illegitimate dictator Nicolas Maduro, calling it welcome news for exiled Venezuelans. Trump's move, supported by several Florida Republicans, including Rick Scott and Maria Elvira Salazar, is being hailed as peace through strength, ending a narco dictatorship and giving Venezuelans hope for a free democratic future. Well, jury selection begins on Monday in Corpus Christi for former Uvalde school officer Adrian Gonzalez. He's been charged with 29 felonies for allegedly failing to confront the gunman during the May 24th, 2022 Robb Elementary School massacre, where 19 children and 2 teachers were killed. The trial was moved from Uvalde to ensure a fair process. The Wisconsin judge convicted of obstructing ICE agents who were trying to arrest an illegal alien from Mexico has resigned from her post.
Former Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan announced her resignation Saturday. Her felony conviction came after an incident last year where prosecutors accused her of helping an illegal immigrant evade federal agents. Dugan was acquitted of a misdemeanor charge of concealing a wanted person. I'm Lisa Carton.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.81. Kauai, Hawaii is up to $4.94, while Muskogee County, Oklahoma is down to $2.04. And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection torque lock injector cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
As we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Hope you enjoyed the New Year's weekend. And we are back with our first live edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive here in 2026. Pappy was talking about how this mission went down over the weekend. And, you know, all the experts are all pretty much saying the same. It was an absolutely incredible, flawless mission. Not one U.S. military life lost in this incredibly daring operation. To kind of break down how it all unfolded. They said the preparation actually took months. Air Force General Dan Raisin Kane, who's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said a group of CIA officers had been working clandestinely since back in August to track Maduro. Other segments of the intelligence community also turned their lenses onto the Venezuelan leader. The electronic intercept capabilities of the NSA, the imagery analysis of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and others. Of course, we've been watching as the Pentagon had gradually been building up troops. First deploying missile-carrying ships, a floating Marine Corps task force, then the fighter jets, then the aircraft carrier, then more fighter jets, and on, until this massive armada was in place. The Army Special Operations tasked with the mission actually built a replica of Maduro's compound. Very similar to what they did back in for the 2011 raid that killed Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. They had practiced meticulously. Kane said, "We rehearse again and again. Not to get it right, but to ensure that we can't get it wrong." The pieces were actually in place in early December, he said, but choosing the right day for the mission was rather tricky. He said, "We wanted good weather for the risky helicopter flights. Maduro also needed to be at a location where the troops could snatch him quickly with minimal risk, including to civilians." Conditions proved favorable on the night of January 2nd. President Trump gave the go order at 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time. The raid force that included law enforcement personnel entering Venezuela on at least 7 helicopters, flying roughly 100 feet above the Caribbean Sea. The pilots of the Army's elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, whose Night Stalkers Don't Quit motto, that Kane partially uttered in a kind of a thinly veiled shout-out during the press conference. Navigating mountains, low cloud ceilings, and enemy fire on their way to Maduro's compound, the Venezuelan military was in a very ready position, but the timing was a surprise. Maduro's forces were completely overwhelmed and quickly incapacitated. Yeah, eyewitness captured video of the helicopter streaming across the sky. As we've all seen the video now of the explosions lighting up the mountains in the distance. More than 150 aircraft, including fighter and bomber jets from the Marine Corps, Navy, Active Duty Air Force, and Air National Guard participated in this operation. They touched down at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern. The raid unfolding quickly in the darkness. The compound, they say, was more like a fortress than a house. Maduro and Flores made a run for their steel safe room. They likely hoped that once they were holed up there, that crisis response troops would come to their rescue, but the U.S. knew about the room and were prepared to breach it if necessary with blowtorches and other tools. That special operators could breach the door in an average time of 47 seconds during their practice runs for this raid. The U.S. raiders were fiercely opposed with a lot of gunfire, they tell us. A handful of U.S. troops suffered gunshot and shrapnel wounds, although officials said none of the injuries were life-threatening. One helicopter was hit by Venezuelan fire but remained flyable. The U.S. successfully carried out a large-scale strike. Maduro, who's been, along with his wife, captured. Flown out of the country, as the president posted. He said he got bum-rushed. After capturing the two, the raid force had to fight its way out of Venezuelan airspace, according to Kane. By 3:29 a.m., the helicopters were back over the Caribbean Sea. Maduro and Flores were taken via helicopter to the USS Iwo Jima, which is a Navy amphibious assault ship that acts as a floating base for Marines. Of course, after hours of initial silence from the Pentagon and the White House, President Trump taking to Truth Social at 4:21 a.m. Eastern, sharing that message and announcing that he would hold a press conference, speak to the people at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, Maduro now slated to appear in a New York federal court at 12 noon Eastern Time today. But I don't know, what do they say? Against all odds, Pappy.
Yeah, Steve, I'm glad you brought up the compound. This was, Steve, this was a compound, right? Can you imagine, right, this compound, how big it was, and the security that this man had? And do you realize he uses a lot of Cuban security personnel because he can't trust his own? I posted something on Facebook. It was a seek and capture mission, right? But, Steve, I'd be willing to bet if you read the fine line in there somewhere, it says seek, capture, and or destroy.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to capture him alive, which they did, and not one American casualty. Man, these dudes are badass, Steve. Badass. No more illegal shipments of oil going to Iran, Steve.
Or Cuba.
Protesters, no blood for oil. Sorry about their luck. Steve, listen. This was stolen from the Venezuelan people. You talked about it on your show a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
What that country was like decades ago before the socialist took over, before the dictator took over, because he's a thief, right? Stole that from the Venezuelan people. So these protesters can just go take a walk, I'll put it politely. So how's this going to benefit the United States? That's what a couple people were asking. Well, Steve, number one, if you decrease the amount of fentanyl coming into this country, I don't care. It's got to be a plus, right? Like I said, you're not going to stop it all. But, dude, they were bringing a lot in. A lot. We're not talking pounds, tons and tons of this stuff. So if you can decrease that, that's a plus. The cartel claws into the D.C. swamp has been cut. I don't know if they've been removed, but they've been clipped. All this fraud you see going on, Steve. You think the cartel and the D.C. swamp, this whole Somalia thing, you think this is not a coordinated attack on us, taking billions of dollars from the United States citizens? Our money, Steve, our taxpayers that we go to work and bust our ass for, people out here swinging a hammer, earn a living, driving trucks. How many hours in the day do you think a truck driver drives that they stole from him? That he drove so these criminals in D.C. could steal our money. So that's been severely hampered. That's got to be a plus, right? Come on, man. It severely hampers China's ability to go in there now and build a naval base. Russia is hurting Iran. It's got to be a plus. We don't want to see Iran prosper. We want to see the Iranian people prosper, and it looks like they're starting to take matters into their own hands over there. That's a subject for another night. So, Steve, if you talk to any Marine, any old Indian scout, right? What's probably the best to plume soldiers, so to speak, is recon, Steve. You got to have recon. You can't close your eyes, right? The American Indians, back when they were fighting the cavalry, sent out scouts. You can't just shut your eyes to what's going on around us, because if you do, you're going to wake up one day and you're going to see the cavalry surrounding your campsite. And we don't want to wake up someday and see China at our borders, which right. There's some talk about China's not a threat. I'm not even going to go there. But another thing, Steve. These voting machines, I said our number two things we had to do. We needed to secure the border, which Trump did, and we need to secure these elections. I saw something the other day where they voted again to let these voting machines continue. Smartmatic. Steve, all these voting machines were coming from Venezuela. Could you just imagine if we were dealing with like Pablo Escobar or the Cabano family, the mobsters? Hey man, we'll purchase your voting machines, right? You think that they're not going to try to tamper with our elections, which is a proven fact because it's coming out. More info is coming out on that every day. But no, we want to go with their machines. So hopefully this will help get our elections back in check. So I think all of them things I listed is going to help United States citizen, and definitely help the Venezuelan people if we don't screw this up. Imperative that the Venezuelan people get their country back without going through some damn civil war, without us having to go in there and really, hopefully what Trump did is enough to get the rest of these dictators out of there. Offer them the same deal. Listen, Maduro, here's what's going to happen, Steve. They're going to take him to court, right? They're going to find him guilty, right? And then they're going to let him take a lot of money and go right off in the sunset and deport him somewhere to some other country to let him live out the rest of his life.
Right.
You think he's going to sit in a United States prison for the rest of his life? That's not the deal that was probably made, Steve. And these other dictators can take the deal or face the consequences. And hopefully they'll just ride off into the sunset and let the Venezuelan people have their country back that wasn't stolen from them. So recon, Steve, of the Western Hemisphere is imperative. And isn't that why NATO was formed? Which is went off the charts. You need to get out of NATO, I'm saying. And then you got the UN, Steve. Anybody that is coming out and bashing the United States, all these, you can see who the anti-Americans are. Anybody coming out really bashing this, right, and not thinking clearly, are anti-Americans. UN's anti-American, see. We need to get out of the UN right now. We have a right, the Monroe Doctrine, talked about it before with the pirates back in the 1800s, to secure our hemisphere. That's why Putin didn't want NATO approaching on his country. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-go for him. But no, they had to keep getting closer and closer and closer because the globalists want a war with Russia. I took enough of your time. I spewed about this long enough. I will agree. We're not out of the woods. We'll see how this goes. And hopefully this will go our way, is all I can say.
Yep.
Thanks for taking the call. Happy New Year to everybody. Watch your six, Steve. Things are going to be interesting this year. I told you, the gloves are off of Trump. He's ready to start rocking and rolling. Be safe. Thanks for taking the call.
It only took us, less than 48 hours into the new year to kick off 2026 with a bang, shall we say. All right, 23 past the hour. Well, Happy New Year, Scrapyard.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Anybody traveling Interstate 49 around that Bobby Hopper Tunnel, you better have a couple of CNI dogs and put them one over each headlight with some of that 100-mile-an-hour duct tape and tell them to bark, dang it, bark. And because fog is pretty bad up there. Chevrolet and GMC owners, listen up. From 2000 to, I believe, 2024 models, take this part number down. 47157. You can find it in the help section at any parts house. It's made by Dorman. Mm-hmm. It is a coolant junction. I just had to replace one on Miss Patty's truck Saturday, and that part is thermoset plastic from the factory, and the coolant reacts with it, and it just fell apart in my hand. It has three hoses. It's kind of like a Y pipe. 1 inch on one side and it next down to 3/4, and coming out of the middle is a 1/2 incher. Those will rupture. You got 7 seconds to get your engine shut off, or you're going to blow an engine. Average price, like at a parts house, is like $50, but it's a lot better than several $1,000s for a replacement engine. that on the gas burners, hers is a 5.3, and on that there's a half-inch pipe and a 3/4-inch pipe right there on the passenger side of the engine that come right out directly out of the water pump. And that there's numerous videos on YouTube how to change it out. It only takes about 30 minutes to change that part out, and it's metal. And instead of that plastic, the plastic degrades over time. And if you change it out and it just crumbles in your hand, change out the speedy connectors that go to the the heater core. Because if that part is bad, those two are bad, and they can rupture on you and dump all the coolant right out of your vehicle in record time. You got about 7 seconds to get it shut off, and that's the cars, the pickup trucks, and the SUVs like the Suburban. Change that out really, really quick. And I tuned in late, and I'm like, what issue was Heatwave having with the vehicle?
He was referencing these engines where they have like a V8 that cuts down to 4 cylinders, or the 4 that cuts down.
Yeah, don't do that. That's junk. If you get you're better off buying a used vehicle that doesn't have that technology. And if you buy Chevrolet or GMC, keep that in mind too. And where he's at, I'd recommend getting rid of the plastic cap radiator and spend. The radiator would be about $300, I think. I get an industrial desert cooler radiator for whatever vehicle. It's all metal and American made. I forgot the company name, but I put one on my old truck some years ago that I had before the engine exploded. And but after where he's at, and put the electric fans and the lubricant in it for the wintertime. You can, because it's twice as thick. And to handle the heat out there, and then you just add the lubricant where you just, in the wintertime, it blocks off half the radiator, so it's not cooling too much in the wintertime. But it'll help save his vehicle in the summer months out there, seeing how it gets so ungodly hot. And has twice the cooling factor. And so I would highly recommend that on that notion. And China and Russia and all that, convening that special session of the UN, basically about a country's sovereignty, but yet, trying to prosecute the United States for this. Let's look back in the past where China invaded, armed invasion and a massacre in Tibet, over 1 million people dead, and then Russia, after the Iron Curtain fell and Chechnya declared themselves independent, as it was their right, and Russia went in there and slaughtered, I think it was 400,000. That's that's the pot calling the kettle black. At least we didn't go in there and just start rounding people up and slaughtering them.
Right.
Yeah, so China and Russia both can pound sand. There was various communications that was caught in the intelligence channels several months ago, where China was instructing Maduro to ramp up fentanyl production.
Really? Yeah, hey, we got to pause there as we hit news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency meeting on Monday on Venezuela following the U.S. capture of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz appeared on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures.
I will remind everyone of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is, as we have in the past, which is a nation's inherent right to self-defense.
Russia, China, and Colombia reportedly requested the session in order to discuss sovereignty concerns under Article 2 of the UN Charter. Pope Leo is calling for Venezuela to remain an independent nation.
He told the crowd we must not delay in overcoming violence and embarking on paths of justice and peace while guaranteeing the country's sovereignty. Leo has been critical of some of President Trump's policies. Last month, he urged the U.S. not to try to remove Maduro by military action. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All righty, cue the microphone, back at it here on a Monday. Welcome into the new year. I trust everybody ragging the new year safely, right? Back at it for 2026. All right, Scrapyard, sorry about that. Thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah, in case anybody didn't get that part number, it's Dorman 47157. It's called a coolant junction, so you may want to check your vehicles if that has never been replaced. Get it handled because it's a lot cheaper than having to replace an engine. And when you change it out, you can change it out yourself in as little as 30 minutes. Only one socket needed, an 8mm to take the the air tube from the filter box to the throttle body loose. That's all that's really necessary, and to get the room that you need to work in there. But if that part crumbles, like I said, the connectors, the speedy connectors, you can just get the metal ones. If that part is real flimsy and basically crumbles when you're trying to change it out, change the ones to your heater core out. You don't even have to use the speedy connectors, the metal ones. You can take and just run the hoses direct, put a standard screw clamp on there, and not have to spend close to $80 for those quick clips or speedy connectors. That is, as way the economy and everything. I figured if I can help somebody else out there avoid losing their vehicle due to an engine going down for something that stupid.
Just a cheap part.
That auto manufacturers and all that should be, they should have their feet held to the fire for using plastic parts on major systems like that on an engine. In fact, I called up to the state and see about getting a bill started on vehicle reliability. Try to get an act in place on to force these auto manufacturers to get away from planned obsolescence, because a vehicle could go down somewhere way out in the countryside and all that, especially in the dead of winter or during hazardous storms and whatnot. You can only imagine the amount of deaths that have occurred across the country over the years and all that due to a vehicle breaking down, and then somebody getting hit by another vehicle or whatnot, or worse yet, freezing to death out on the open road, and especially out west. And these auto manufacturers should be held accountable for producing junk.
Well, good information, and I guess it's all about saving a buck. If you're making thousands of vehicles, every buck adds up. If you're using a $2 piece of plastic rather than an $8 or $10 piece of metal, it saves the money. All right, welcome back to the new year there for another round. Scrapyard, good to hear from you. Hey, for our friends on the West Coast, where that nearly relentless wet pattern soaking California in the west for weeks, relief finally on the horizon. In the meantime, forecasters are warning Californians and Westerners, don't put away the rain gear just yet. Rainy weather is expected to continue for much of coastal and northern California through Monday night. Beyond today, though, the storm track's going to shift further north, aiming rain and mountain snow more at the Pacific Northwest. Eventually, a large enough area of high pressure builds into the west to help shut off the tap altogether for most folks through mid-January anyway. After just a brief break in the days between Christmas and New Year's, California's been a soggy state. Downpours, the snow in the higher elevations will continue as the first full week of January gets underway. More rain, heavy at times across central and northern California through our Monday. Again, bringing the risk of flooding in the mountains as well as the urban and poor drainage areas. Wet weather also expected to impact parts of Southern California into at least early today, up to another inch of rain possible around Los Angeles. And that was starting late Sunday. Going to be a slow morning commute on busy highways like the 5 and the 101. Rainfall totals over an inch, most common from the coastal central coast to northern parts of the state, where you could be talking 2 to 4 inches or more, and localized flooding common through Monday night. But to say California's been waterlogged so far this wet season would be an understatement for sure. From October 1 to mid-November was rather dry. Since October 14, downtown L.A. Measured nearly 14 inches of rain. Through January 3rd, that's like 343% of average. San Diego checks in with 232% of average. Even areas that typically see more rain, including San Francisco, have registered above average totals, above 128%. Higher elevations, the snow has been a boon for the ski resorts. The problem is for people trying to get to and from. The white stuff continues piling up early this week. Multiple feet of fresh powder in the Sierra Nevada mountains through Monday. A significant impact to the passes, especially for along I-80 where road closures will be possible. I think it was earlier in the program I mentioned Santa Claus had said that the chain laws were up on I-80 at Donner. Shortly thereafter, they actually shut it down. So that was going back several hours ago with multiple spin-outs and folks in the ditch. You know the drill. They're on Donner. All right, 844-3388. Eagle checks in for the first time in the new year. Happy New Year, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? I had to try to get in tonight. You wasn't on radio yesterday, I don't think. You wasn't on yesterday. It was Saturday.
Right.
So I didn't try to call. I didn't get in the last week of the year. It was pretty busy for me the last year with all this traffic and stuff going on and all this news, just late breaking news that took place over the final week. It kept me pretty busy. Plus watching the football games.
Mm-hmm.
Plus watching the football game. You should hear those folks down there in Alabama, boy. You would think it was the end of the world. They want to run him out of town. The Alabama coach, they got embarrassed again in the bowl game. They got totally embarrassed by Indiana. I got to apologize, Steve, to any Indiana fans out there. I know earlier in the year I said that Indiana was a pretender.
Yep.
In that they was going down when they played Ohio State, and they was going down when they played the big schools, and they still going strong, still haven't lost a game. So never in my life, I've been around football for a long time, and never in Indiana's always been a laughing stock of college football. They've been good at basketball, but never in my life did I think that Indiana would have a chance to win a national championship, and especially, beat Ohio State and Georgia back to back. And I'm not sure, I forgot who they played the next game, but I think they play Oregon, I think. So I think they might have a chance with them too. So, I apologize to Indiana fans out there, because I definitely misjudged them. And you know what the sad part about it is, Steve? The reason why the fans in Alabama are so upset is because, and I didn't know that until just a couple of days ago, the coach of Indiana used to be on the Alabama coaching staff with Nick Saban a couple of years ago. They had him. He could have been coaching at Alabama instead of Indiana. So that's even harder for the Alabama fans to process, is that guy was. And I remember I told you earlier, I thought he made a bad mistake. When the Penn State job was open and other jobs, with Cignetti, when he signed on with Indiana for another, I don't know how many more years it was. I said he made a bad mistake by signing on with them. But it looked like he knew more than I thought he knew, because Indiana is definitely on the upcoming team, and we'll see what happens in the next couple of weeks. But they definitely are looking good, to my surprise.
Yeah.
Now, to a lot of other people's surprise too. And like I said, I want to say one quick thing about football right quick before I get into what's transpired with Donald Trump in this Venezuela situation. Steve, I've told you for a long time, a couple of times about sports and sports betting, and I told you that they never should have brung teams into Las Vegas. That's going to be one of the biggest mistakes that they ever made. If they think that they're going to have teams in Las Vegas and gambling is not going to go on when that's the biggest gambling city in the world, they thought wrong because they got people putting money on these games. And anybody that saw that game tonight, the Baltimore-Pittsburgh game, anybody who thinks that game wasn't rigged, you better look again. First of all, I'll give you the three key plays. First of all, Pittsburgh throws a long bomb play. It just happens that the defensive defender trips up and falls down, and the man catches the ball and runs straight into the end zone scot-free. Okay, but guess what? Guess what happens after he scores that easy touchdown? The guy misses an easy field goal, extra point, which gives Pittsburgh, which gives them a 1 point deficit. So guess what happens? Guess what happens the next time? Baltimore gets the ball, drives down the field, and what do you know? The guy misses the field goal, and the game is over, and Baltimore loses. 2 field goals that are basically point-blank field goals that a high school kicker could make, and both of them missed them. So, it's fairly obvious to me that I'm not saying it was rigged, but it's not a good look for the NFL when you got those 3 key plays like that. It's to make it a little bit too obvious. Now, as far as the situation goes, Steve, with Venezuela, as far as that goes, and it's really sickening that you got people in the U.S. that are actually protesting the capture of this individual, Maduro, and bringing him to justice. After all of what this man has done to his people, in his own people in his own country, and you actually have Democrats and other people that are supporting this man. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, Steve. If they feel that bad about it, if they feel that bad about Donald Trump and what he's done, they need to get the first plane ticket. Buy them a plane ticket tomorrow morning, headed straight to Venezuela. And by the way, make sure it's a one-way ticket, because we don't want you back in the U.S. if you feel that way. Because guys, this guy here, Steve, is an international criminal. He'll be in court tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock in New York City, and hopefully they throw the book at him, because that's exactly what he deserves for what he has done to his people and, what he's done over the last few years. But like I said, Steve, Donald Trump doesn't play games. I'm not going to use that word. I'm not going to use that word that Pete used other day in the press conference, but it starts with an F. He effed around and found out. He was warned by Donald Trump, and I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve, when Donald Trump sent them ships down there to Venezuela. I told my girlfriend this. Either Maduro is the stupidest leader in the history of the world, Steve, or either he called Donald Trump's bluff. He had plenty of time to evacuate Venezuela. Donald Trump called him on the phone. Yep. He had numerous conversations with the guy and told him that it would be in his best interest to resign and get the hell out of Venezuela, and he still didn't do it. So we had to go in a night raid and evacuate and pick this man up, literally flying back to the United States. Like I said, I'm going to repeat myself again. Either he's the stupidest leader in the history of the world, or he called Donald Trump's bluff and he ended up losing. And now he's going to be behind bars for the rest of his life for the things that he's done, and that's exactly what he deserves. And as far as this person goes, I understand that they got somebody that's the vice president there that's supposed to be taking his place that has some connections with him. And she said yesterday that she had the nerve to say that she wants him brought back to Venezuela and released by the United States. Well, I got bad news for her. That's not going to happen. And Donald Trump made that real clear today. If she has any intentions of running Venezuela the way Maduro did, she'll find herself on the next airplane headed to the United States too, and headed to a United States jail. So hopefully she won't be as stupid as Maduro, and she won't call Donald Trump's bluff, because a lot of people have called his bluff, Steve, and you see what happened. The man over there in Iran, he called his bluff, and you see what happened with that situation. He blew up all his nuclear capabilities, and you see the guy's quiet as a mouse now. So people that underestimate Donald Trump will find out the hard way. And one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, a lot of people are talking about Congress and talking about Donald Trump didn't go through Congress. He didn't notify nobody. And yes, I agree with that. No, he didn't notify. But you know what, Steve? You know why he said he didn't notify him? And he told the exact truth. Because guess what? If he would have told the Democrats what he was planning on doing, guess what? Some mysterious, unidentified person would have notified Maduro and his people that Trump was going in on a night flight, and Maduro would have got the hell out of that house, and the house would have been empty when Trump got there. So that's the reason why he decided not to notify the Democrats, just in case they needed to know, because they can't be trusted, and that's a damn shame that you can't trust your own country. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you much. Yeah, high noon today, first court appearance. And according to the experts, they say Maduro's lawyers are expected to contest the legality of his arrest, arguing he's immune from prosecution as a foreign head of foreign state, which is a bedrock principle of international and U.S. law. That argument, they say, is not likely to succeed and was largely settled as a matter of law in Manuel Noriega's trial. Yeah, President Trump's ordering of the operation raises its own constitutional concerns because it wasn't authorized by Congress. Yeah, now that Maduro is in the United States, but American courts are to allow Maduro's prosecution to proceed because just like Noriega in Panama, the U.S. government does not recognize him as Venezuela's legitimate leader. There is no claim to sovereign immunity if we don't recognize him as head of state. Yeah, one retired federal prosecutor who actually indicted Noriega and later went on to investigate corruption inside Maduro's government. Several U.S. administrations, both Republican and Democrat, have called his election fraudulent and withheld U.S. recognition. Sadly for Maduro, it means he's stuck with it. Noriega, of course, died in 2017 after nearly 3 decades in prison. First in the U.S., then in France, and finally Panama. In his first trial, his lawyers argued that his arrest as a result of a U.S. invasion was so shocking to the conscience that it rendered the government's case an illegal violation of his due process rights. In ordering Noriega's removal, the White House relied on a 1989 legal opinion by the then Assistant Attorney General Bill Barr, issued 6 months before the invasion, which said the UN Charter's prohibition on the use of force in international relations does not prohibit the U.S. from carrying out forcible abductions to enforce domestic laws. So sounds like, yeah, he's pretty much stuck with it. Yeah, now will he spend decades behind bars? I don't know, as Pappy said. And they've already kind of teased the fact that he may be eligible for deportation. Yeah, U.S. officials even said that yesterday after his trial. It could be other countries. Yeah, maybe kind of like what happened to Noriega. But it's 844-844-3388. Back into
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, final hour just around the corner here. Coming up, the fight in California. Will we see the suspension of thousands of commercial driver's licenses? Today was supposed to be the day. California looks to be backing away now. California's announced delays to the crackdown on thousands of immigrants who were given CDLs, prompting quick condemnation from the federal government. The move to push back the cancellations now till March, they tell us, to give officials more time to resolve the concerns of federal authorities. Again, it affects about 17,000 non-citizens. Give you more on that and so much more here coming up again in our final hour. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer criticized President Trump's capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, telling ABC's This Week, you don't treat lawlessness with lawlessness.
There is no authority to go. They did not just do ships off the water. They went inside Venezuela, bombed civilian as well as military places, and it's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress.
Schumer warned Americans are concerned about Trump's plan to run Venezuela, noting past regime change efforts have cost the U.S. in blood and dollars. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries questioned President Trump's ability to run Venezuela. He told NBC's Meet the Press that Trump has not improved life for Americans since returning to office.
It remains to be seen whether the people of Venezuela are going to be better off. Donald Trump claims that he's going to run Venezuela. He's done a terrible job running the United States of America.
Jeffries cited rising costs and the GOP healthcare crisis, criticizing Trump's plan to oversee Venezuela following the capture of Nicolas Maduro. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says President Trump retains options on Venezuela, emphasizing the U.S. can act against threats and maintain leverage through oil quarantines. Rubio appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
We continue with that quarantine, and we expect to see that there will be changes, not just in the way the oil industry is run for the benefit of the people, but also so that they stop the drug trafficking, so that we no longer have these gang problems, so that they kick the FARC and the ELN out, and that they no longer cozy up to Hezbollah and Iran in our own hemisphere.
Rubio stressed the goal is stopping drug trafficking, curbing adversaries' influence, and ensuring Venezuela's oil benefits its people and not foreign actors. Venezuelan exiles in South Florida celebrated the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro, seeing hope for a return home after years of hardship. Many dream of reuniting with family and helping rebuild the nation. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
President Trump warned Venezuela's acting leader, Delcy Rodriguez, could face a bigger price than Maduro if she resists U.S. demands.
We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind.
Rodriguez rejected intervention, pledging to defend Venezuela's sovereignty. Trump emphasized America's leverage in oil, security, and strategic regions while stressing rebuilding Venezuela is better than the current chaos. To whether or not block President Trump from taking further action in Venezuela without congressional approval.
The bipartisan War Powers resolution is sponsored by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, Virginia Democrat Tim Kaine, California Democrat Adam Schiff, and Kentucky Republican Rand Paul. The measure only needs a simple majority to pass. That means 3 more Republicans would have to join Paul to give it the needed 51 votes. However, Trump would likely veto any resolution to limit his power if it were to pass in Congress. I'm Lisa Carton.
Starlink has announced they're going to be providing free internet to Venezuela through February 3rd. The Elon Musk-owned company made that announcement Saturday night. The move follows U.S. military strikes that cut power in parts of the nation, including Caracas, and came shortly after Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was captured by U.S. forces early Saturday morning. The Dallas Cowboys fell to the New York Giants today, 17-34. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Biker Boy checking in this morning. Morning, Mr. Steve. I really appreciate your show and thank you for all the knowledgeable information that you share with all of us. All right, there's Rick in Columbus. Happy New Year, Rick. Hello to Hired Gun. He said, these fools protesting the capture of Maduro are the same ones protesting the taking out of Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Yes, indeed. You name it. Who was it that said me? How many days did it take to go from a No Kings protest to let the narco-terrorist dictator go? It was right about 77 days. I think it was October 3rd to January 2nd. Yeah, meanwhile, the rest of the story, California, as we know, the crackdown on non-domiciled and immigrants who had received CDLs illegally. The President's administration and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy had set a January 5 deadline, that is today, warning that failure to meet it could cost California $160 million in federal funding. California authorities are also facing a class action lawsuit brought by the immigration advocates, arguing that the crackdown unfairly targets truckers and bus drivers. Governor Newsom, however, accused Sean Duffy of federal mismanagement in a tweet of his own, stating, quote, your staff told the California DMV that they were open to an extension 8 days ago. In fact, the FMCSA agreed an extension made logistical sense and was reasonable. In a meeting on December 18th, we relied on that guidance and acted accordingly, he says. Separately, the Asian Law Caucus and the Sikh Coalition, along with the law firm, filed the lawsuit last week, arguing cancellations of these CDLs would result in mass work stoppages. Immediately upon the deadline, impacted drivers get another 60 days before the cancellations take effect, according to the Department of Motor Vehicles. Duffy immediately criticized the move on X stating California does not have an extension to keep breaking the law and putting Americans in risk on the roads. Miss the deadline, and the U.S. DOT will act, including cutting nearly $160 million in federal funding. Separately, he's announced $118 million in grants for states to crack down on unqualified, unvetted drivers. The dispute after a series, of course, of deadly crashes that continue to occur around the country involving illegal immigrant drivers behind the wheel. We know some of those that made national headlines, but again, just this past week, there was yet another illegal alien driver involved in a fatality accident. So we'll see where it goes. Today's the deadline day. California and the Department of Transportation continue to butt heads, I guess we'll say. All right, what do you say, Grump? Welcome back.
Hey, thank you. And I guarantee you there'll be some activist judge will put a stay on that until they can do an impact study on whether or not it's going to harm interstate commerce or what. They don't care whether they are not here legally. That they just don't give a damn, you know. And I hope that Duffy and Trump and company just goes ahead and withholds the funds right then and there. If our Republican idiots in Congress would get it together and get a damn bill together where you have to be a legal citizen before you can obtain any kind of a CDL, haul passengers, haul product, haul anything, instead of this damn motor voter laws where they're giving away these CDLs and things like that like they're candy. You know, our Congress needs to get something going. It needs to just be passed in the Senate through an up or down vote and let Trump sign it. You know, make it a law. You know, of course, you know, when they get out of office, you know, the Democrats going to try like hell to rescind those laws and things like that. But they need to get off their butts and get this thing going. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, you know, looking at this Venezuela thing here, and, you know, I've heard a lot of them talk about this is the greatest military operation there ever was. You know, every damn military operation we do is the greatest ones when they're planned right. You know, we could have had a fantastic withdrawal from Afghanistan if they would have turned it over to the military planners instead of turning it over to that idiot that was the Joint Chiefs at the time, Milley, and a couple of these other idiots that, you know, that thought that they knew what the hell they were doing. But, you know, we did similar things in northern Iraq. I was in northern Iraq during the first Gulf War. And you get people familiar with the operations. You know, they think they're hiding in plain sight. You know, we were blowing up narco boats for a reason, you know, and then you slip in a little bit more Navy and a little bit more Navy here and a little bit more Navy there. And then you got helicopters flying the coastline and stuff. And, you know, they think they're looking for narco boats. But excuse me, but all the time you have, you know, they don't turn the radars on long enough to really get an alert on anything, but they turn them on long enough that our people can, you know, with like the ECs and things like that, the EC-130s and stuff that are flying along that flight path can pick up and identify exactly where they are. And, you know, people, we do this for this. This is what America's good at. This is what our military does: is planning and operations. And you know, they've been doing this for months. You know, they had people on the ground there. They had CIA. They had like 16 or 17 CIA agents that were on the ground. You know, we got some fantastic folks that just go above and beyond on everything that they do. And they, you know, the planning and everything that went into this, I mean, they just, you know, I was there, you know, in Gulf Storm, you know, shock and awe. You know, you just can't sometimes believe the might of the United States military and how the operations work, you know. But we got the best of the best, and you know, it come through here. I mean, you know, to get in and out with just, you know, very few injuries at all. I mean, that was an amazing feat. Now it's, you know, I'm a little torn on this United States running Venezuela for a while. I happen on that. That's, you know, they got Rubio and a couple others that are, you know, kind of looking at, you know, sending some State Department people down and doing, you know, kind of taking over some stuff. And you know, they had an arrest warrant on Maduro during the first Trump administration, but nobody acted on it. You know, they I guess, you know, there was a reason why back then. I mean, it's just now I'm glad that they are. I'm glad that, you know, things went the way they're going, and it wasn't just, you know, a lot of people says, you know, thinks it's just for the oil. No, it's for destabilization of other countries also. When you look at it, Russia, number one, they were buying Venezuelan oil and trying to sell it out to China and other places, you know, because they submit so many tariffs and things, and you know, was placed on Russian oil because of what happened. Now, I can't believe these idiots in Russia are actually wanting to go to the United Nations and raise hell about the capture of Maduro from going for United States going to a sovereign nation when them jackasses invaded Ukraine. You know, it's awful rich that they pull that, and we'll see how that flies. But you know, then you got China, of course. Right now they're bumping their gums about how illegitimate this is, and everything that's happening with it right now. And it just, you know, Steve, it's, you know, they're just joining the chorus line of the people here. You know, the people that it matters the most to, the Venezuelan people, are happy as hell that thug is gone. But anything at all that the idiots that are here, like you know, Jeffries and Schumer and all the rest of these morons in the Democrat Party that they think they can capitalize on, is exactly what they're doing. I've never seen individuals that would sell their country down the damn road just for power, like what we have now. It's just mind-boggling that they would even consider this as some kind of an illegitimate act. You know, and like they don't give a damn about all the fentanyl and everything else that's come out of that place, you know, and all the drugs that's come out of there that's killed so many Americans. They don't care. It's like they don't care about any of that. It doesn't matter, you know, as long as this dumbass gets due process. All right, he had due process. You know, he's an illegitimate president of a country. This guy, he should have been, I don't know, assassinated or something years ago. I mean, he is right up there with Chavez when it comes to the thuggery and everything. Wasn't he Chavez's number 2 man at one time or something like that? You know, and our government, man, I'll tell you what, this Democrat Party is going to have to get their heads screwed on straight. I mean, seriously. They need to pick a damn team that they want to be with, and it should be Team America.
Yeah, I mean, do the Democrats realize the first Trump administration had put a bounty, I guess they call it, on Maduro? The Biden administration increased that bounty. I think they bumped it up to $25 million, and then Trump here in his second term bumped it up to $50 million. I mean, he's been on the wanted list, not recognized as a legitimate leader, right through the entirety of the Biden administration, but now they're going back crap crazy.
Well, you know, they can't get past Saul Alinsky's book of terror there. You know, I mean, you know, his rules for radicals. They cannot get past that. That's their Bible. You know, they firmly believe that if you have nothing to run on, you paint your opponent as somebody to run from, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've been doing this forever. And you know, the sad part about it is the Republicans will probably lose the midterms because there's such a divide in the Republican Party, thanks to people like Rand Paul and a few of these other morons that believe that by opposing Trump, it's going to put them just another rung up on the ladder. It's not. It's not going to do a damn thing. Everything that the Republican Party does right now, they need to be concentrating on health care, getting it under control, because it is just out of sight, too damn expensive. They need to concentrate on our sovereignty, and that includes what's going on in Venezuela. They can talk it up until the cows come home, but you always have that 3 or 4, 5 people that's got to run their mouths because they think it's going to help them politically, and it's always out of the Republican Party. When you look at all the damn different divisions of the Republican Party, Steve, it's sickening. You got the libertarians that'll vote for Republicans. You got the Freedom Caucus. You got this. You got that. The Tea Party. All these other fools has got their beliefs on what needs to happen when they need one damn belief, and that's to follow alongside of the President of the United States. And he's got one of the best cabinets that is going. Now, Trump is no speaker. Trump gets sidetracked, and a lot of times he gets a little flustered about things, and he'll say something that's not exactly been vetted.
Mm-hmm.
But the man has got plans for this country, and I mean, his economic views and his the situations with taxes, and what's going on in the world, in foreign affairs and things like that. He's spot on, and that's something that the damn Republican Party needs to fall in line with. They can have their beliefs, they can have their little nitnoid things that doesn't make a damn bit of difference, and think that that's going to help them win an election, but it's not. It's going to help them lose the damn midterms. And this is something that it's hard as the dickens anyway for the party in power to stay in power during the midterms. I don't know why it is, but it just seems like if every little thing isn't going right, then boom, let's get rid of them and get somebody else in here. Now you got Jeffries, that moron. He was talking, well, Trump isn't doing a lot to revive this economy. So he's actually admitting the fact that Joe Biden and him and all the rest of them idiots that was running the country for, 4 years screwed it up so damn bad that Trump hasn't got a lot done. Well, yeah, he has got a lot done. I'm somebody that I am critical of everybody. I think, if you're going to sign on to this country, first of all, you got to be a patriot. You got to be somebody that respects our military, our law enforcement, and whether you like it or not, or anybody likes it or not, follow that Constitution to a T. But yet we got people right now. You got that socialist idiot in New York, and why in the hell is Trump even taking calls from that clown? I'd put him on with a secretary or call the gardener in there and say, talk to this fool. Something other than have a conversation with that jackass, because all he's going to do is exploit it in the worst way. And there's really nobody there that's on the news that's going to step up and say, no, we were in the room when we heard that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to happen. They got so many damn socialists right now, Bernie Sanders and everybody, and you got all these young kids that actually thinks that they're so wronged by the United States government that, their piece of the pie should start right now, that it should be given to them instead of them getting off their sorry butts and earning it. But, it's amazing how we've came from just an idea, just a bunch of people that was willing to fight to have a new nation to what we got now. And that's these fools that they want to give it away. They would rather appease other countries and have the American worker get off work their butts off to get more tax dollars to pay these clowns, as opposed to doing what Trump is doing, saying, screw you, earn your own way. If you don't like our military, then don't use our military. We're tired of bleeding for you people. But it's just, I don't know, man. The Democrats have just lost their way. They went from the party of the working man to the party of the psychos. They can't get it now. They think the more extreme they are, the better people will like it. I just, for the life of me, can't understand why anyone would vote for a dumbass that's like Mamdani AOC and people like that all they are is a mouthpiece and just wants your money and constantly blames other people for your misfortunes. For their people that just, I don't know, man. From somebody that actually, believed in helping the poor man.
Mm-hmm.
To the hell with the poor man. Let's help every Tom, Dick, and Harry that doesn't live here. Right now, and let every Venezuelan walk across that border. Every damn one of them, good, bad, or indifferent. They didn't give a rat's ass. Just come on. We'll find a home for you. We'll do this. We'll do that. Just make sure you vote for us. And that's something else we need to stop is these damn non-citizens voting in local and state elections.
Right.
School boards and things like that. That needs to come to a head. But I don't know, man. That's just kind of my view on things, and I'm just, I don't know. I wish they'd just shut up and get on board with this and be glad that a drug lord is no more. He's gonna rot in a prison or they'll deport his ass to somewhere, I don't know, China or somewhere where he feels comfortable at, I guess. But we'll see what happens. But like I said, it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if one of these liberal federal judges didn't start dismissing charges on him, just because they hate Trump that damn bad. It doesn't matter that the grand jury brought down the indictments. That doesn't matter. A judge will look at it and go, well, okay. I don't think so. Let's take him back. Let put him back in his bed in his pajamas and all the rest of his crap, and just let him go ahead and continue killing Americans with his drugs. That's just how stupid these people are anymore. Just my opinion, though.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how things unfold at high noon today there in the New York courtroom. And I did see some sort of a headline in regards to, I don't know, the judge that has been assigned to this case, I do believe is one of those far left liberal judges. What do you think? Well, obviously, just prior to the bringing of Maduro back to the United States to stand trial, before that raid took place, we were seeing, and this is relief to my pocketbook and yours, gas prices the lowest since March of 2021, the lowest levels in almost 5 years. We start the new year at 23 cents less than a year ago. National average price for a gallon of regular falling again on New Year's Day to $2.83, extending a steady slide that's pushed fuel costs to their lowest levels since March of 2021, according to AAA. Average was slightly lower on the final day of 2025 when regular stood at $2.83 and 9/10, but well below the $3 threshold that dominated most of the Biden era. AAA data shows that the New Year's Day price was also cheaper than a week ago, as well as a month ago. A month ago, we were still at $3 per gallon, underscoring a rapid decline that's picked up momentum through the fall here. Prices really started falling sharply in October. October 2nd, the national average was still at $3.16. By the end of the month, at $3.04. By December 2nd, below $3 a gallon for the first time since 2021. And as I said, there's been concern that, this Venezuelan thing's going to see a big jump in oil prices. It's not being seen. Nope. Not at this point in time. Actually, futures are lower here on January 5. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The UN Security Council is going to hold an emergency meeting on Monday on Venezuela following the U.S. capture of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. Ambassador Mike Waltz appeared on Fox News Sunday Morning Futures.
I will remind everyone of Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which is, as we have in the past, which is a nation's inherent right to self-defense.
Russia, China, and Colombia reportedly requested the session in order to discuss sovereignty concerns under Article 2 of the UN Charter. Pope Leo is calling for Venezuela to remain an independent nation.
He told the crowd we must not delay in overcoming violence and embarking on paths of justice and peace while guaranteeing the country's sovereignty. Leo has been critical of some of President Trump's policies. Last month, he urged the U.S. not to try to remove Maduro by military action. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it here on a Monday. Hey, good morning, Rob.
Morning, Steve. Happy New Year and good show as always. A couple things this morning. I know you're getting to the end here. I was up on working New Year's Day, and I always enjoy listening to playback of the Monkey Gougers' last ride, and get a lot of good chuckles out of that one. As my Dodge buddy calls me, I am a GM junkie, and have continued to drive General Motors products. And I did hear what Heatwave was talking about, the making a decision on different engines and whatnot. And I'll be doing the same also here within the next year or so. And it's money doesn't grow on trees, and you want to make a right decision to purchase a vehicle that's going to last you for a long time and hopefully drive it after it's paid for. He is able to, certain engines like the 5.3 and the 6.2, there is a ODB2. It's something you can buy on Amazon. My girlfriend actually just bought a 2019 Chevy Tahoe, and it had that cylinder cutout on it. And I said, the first thing you got to do is send her a link, and for $180 on Amazon, she got this little black box, and it plugs in your little computer port down there, and it makes it run on 8 cylinders all the time. So you don't have to take it into the dealer because they won't do that for you, but it's just something you can do on your own, and it will save the engine from drying out. And as far as scrapyard goes, I have ran into that. Not on the 5.3, but a couple 3.8s I've had through the years in different Pontiacs and Buicks. They have that plastic elbow, and he's right. The coolant dump eat it up, and they make a metal elbow replacement for very minimal cost. I've done it myself. I was really amazed this weekend when I woke up, and I'm amazed what our country can do, how we can go in to some other place and snatch somebody right out of almost their bedroom. I was just shocked at that. I believe we can do it, but the early warning with cell phones and whatnot that everybody has these days, I would like to think that first helicopter flying over, somebody's making a phone call, hey, they're coming. And for us to still get our hands on them, I was pleasantly surprised that we were able to do that. But one quick story, and I'll get off here. I have a little place up in northwest Wisconsin, and I saw a new form of homelessness this weekend. It was kind of sad to see, but ingenious in another way. It's extremely cold up there usually when I go up there, and I stop at the local Walmart in Ladysmith, Wisconsin. And when I was leaving, I forgot a few groceries for the weekend. I saw a Jeep Grand Cherokee, like a 90s, over in the corner of the parking lot, and a gentleman was loading it, and I saw a chimney stack coming out of his roof. And I'm like, what does he have going there? I drove by him really slowly, trying not to make him uncomfortable. He had taken the passenger seat out and put a small wood-burning stove in the front seat and drilled a hole in the roof and had a 6-inch chimney coming out of there. And that's how I'm assuming he lives in his vehicle. I'm like,
wow.
Wow, right, wow. And I'm an HVAC guy, so I'm like, I bet you driving down the road, you probably get a pretty good draft on your chimney to keep your wood-burning stove burning plenty hot. But, there's endless amounts of wood up there, so I'm like, well, very creative, pretty creative. But, that's all I have. Have a good night.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all. Yeah, that's a new one. All right. Yeah, I guess whatever it takes, right? Hey, it's 844-844-3388. All right, what's the deal with the IHRA, otherwise known as the International Hot Rod Association? Heartland Motorsports Park has been part of drag racing's history for more than 6 decades. And now the Topeka, Kansas facility is entering a new era. The IHRA announced they've acquired Heartland Motorsports Park. And they're actually suddenly acquiring a lot of real estate. Yeah, this signals both a deep respect for the track's legacy and a forward-looking plan to expand what the property can be in today's motorsports landscape. Originally opened in 1963 as Topeka Dragway, that facility grew into what has become known as Heartland Motorsports Park, one of the most versatile racing complexes in the country, they tell us. Over the years, it's hosted everything from drag racing to road racing, karting, motocross, countless grassroots events. With the IHRA now at the helm, the goal is not to erase that history, but build on it. Heartland Motorsports Park is one of those places that simply matters to racing, according to IHRA owner Daryl Cuddle. It has history, soul, and a footprint that allows us to think bigger than just a racetrack. Our goal is to restore this facility with respect for its legacy while building something that serves racers, fans, and community for generations. That thinking bigger is a key part of the IHRA's vision. Rather than focusing only on race weekends, we plan to transform Heartland into a year-round destination that blends motorsports with live entertainment, community-driven events. While drag racing remains at the core, the IHRA is looking to expand the overall experience for racers, fans, and the surrounding region. Planned improvements include revitalized drag racing operations with upgraded racer and fan amenities, expanded motorsports programming, the addition of concerts, festivals, special events, enhanced hospitality areas, as well as vendor space and a fan experience zone. Part of the long-term plan, along with community-focused events designed to boost tourism and economic impact in the Topeka area, they tell us. Yeah, motorsports has to evolve to stay strong. The future is about creating places where racing, music, entertainment, and community come together. So, again, that was one of just several locations. I'm trying to recall, was it Rockingham that I saw? I don't know. Somebody had sent me a link. Was that you that sent me a link that they had acquired another facility there, Horse Feathers, or am I mistaken?
It was. No, I sent you the link. I'm trying to remember now. You're sitting here talking about it. I'm thinking you're right. I'm thinking it might have been Rockingham. I know they've made 2 or 3 other major purchases here recently. So,
let me
see. The question is where's the IHRA getting their money, and the NHRA isn't spending money or doesn't have money to spend. That's the question.
I just found your link here. Yeah, because this came down over the New Year's weekend. IHRA purchases. It's Rockingham Speedway and long-term vision for The Rock, one of the most iconic storied venues in motorsports. This reflects the IHRA's commitment to preserving motorsports heritage while thoughtfully reinvesting in legendary racing properties known worldwide as The Rock. Rockingham Speedway has played a pivotal role in NASCAR and American racing history for decades. So, yeah, they're buying facilities up here and there. And,
And the one up closest to me here, just to the east of Reading there, Maple Grove. They purchased that here, within the last month. So, as I say, I don't know where all of a sudden they got their infusion of money from, but apparently maybe these things are going wholesale prices. I don't know. But be interesting to see. Hopefully they can do it.
Yep.
I know I saw a video that if it wasn't AI, it was Mark Martin, and he was talking about what NASCAR needed to do to get fans back. And he says if it takes cutting prices, cut prices. Do whatever you have to do to put the fans' butts back in the seats on race day to see the races. And I hope the IRHA takes that advice into consideration, because to go to these venues, if it takes your whole annual vacation money to go out for one weekend or one afternoon of racing, people are going to look at going on a vacation compared to going to a race. So that's they gotta make things affordable. I mean, I know prices are still high on stuff, at venues, your hot dogs, your beers, your sodas, and and that's true at any venue. But if you can accommodate by admission, maybe you make it so it doesn't hurt the pocketbook quite so bad to go have an afternoon or a day or a weekend at the racetrack. So, because you always have all the merchandise to sell too. Everybody wants to get a T-shirt, a hat, and hopefully maybe have their driver sign one or the other or both, or maybe have the driver sign something else sometimes without the shirt. Wait a minute, where's this going? Anyways, your last call there kind of clicked the memory button from way back when I was a kid. I don't know. I couldn't have been more than, 13, 14. And we had a neighbor that had an old early 70s pickup, maybe a late 60s, early 70s. Was before they came out with a square body in 73. And he'd actually made a steam boiler in the back end of the truck, and he'd converted the truck to run on steam. So it's really a wood-fired truck because the boiler was set up to burn wood. You burn coal or oil or whatever, ignition source you wanted to of a product, but his was designed to run on wood, and he had plentiful firewood. I cannot remember for sure. The guy was a mechanical engineering genius, and as I say, he converted the truck to run. So I'm assuming it worked. All the valves and everything opened and closed just like they would for the regular internal combustion engine. And then you had everything pushing around. Your intake would actually take steam pressure and push the pistons down, and they go up and down. The exhaust, your exhaust valve would open, and I'm not sure if he changed anything in the motor, because I don't know if the compression stroke and all that. I don't I'm not the mechanical engineering genius that he was to do that, but I know it moved around the yard. I do not know. I don't remember if he ever got it out on the road running at highway speed or anything out on the road, but yeah, there's my wood-fired pickup story for you this morning.
How about that?
But So anyways, so hopefully the IRHA does a lot here. As I say, they're a little bit closed. I might even go knock on some doors and see if they do any charity work. The NTPA there, they have Make-A-Wish at Heart. They have a lot of different tracks that they do. They sponsor fundraising for that at their tracks and that. So I don't know, might see, because things are getting closer to home here now. So anyways, other than that, I guess have a good day, Your Honor, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the radio tonight.
All right, we're back at it here in a brand new year. Well, speaking of a new year, good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners. Hope everybody's holidays were full of time spent with loved ones and lots of good fun. All the decorations have been put away. All the short work weeks are finished, and it's time to get back to work. All right, the coffee's hot, the car's warmed up, I suppose we'll head into town, see what the new year brings us. That's our friend Steve there in Columbus. All right, well, since the NFL regular season is in the books, I guess you can call it Black Sunday, or Black Sunday and Monday are upon us. Which coaches won't be back for the 2026 season? First victims of the week were the Atlanta Falcons head coach Raheem Morris and general manager Terry Fontenot, both fired after the Falcons finished their season at 8-9. They didn't waste any time. Two head coaches, the Tennessee Titans' Brian Callahan and the New York Giants' Brian Daboll, lost their jobs during the season. Another whose status might have been in question is the Indianapolis Shane Steichen, reportedly returning next season, along with general manager Chris Ballard. But there's a laundry list of names to keep an eye on as we roll into a so-called Black Monday. Pete Carroll was supposed to bring stability to the franchise. That's the Raiders. But it's more losing under the 74-year-old former Super Bowl winner. Raiders hadn't won since week number 6. The offseason trade for Carroll's preferred quarterback didn't yield much. Why he might be safe, they said he's almost 40 games over 500 for his NFL career. And that's counting this season's debacle. Plus, Mark Davis paid out a lot of money for failed coaches over the past few years, and maybe he doesn't want to shell out for Carroll, too. So you got several others. Who do we have? Kevin Stefanski, the Browns. Browns suffered their fourth losing record in 6 years under Stefanski. A second straight year picking in the top 6 for the draft. He's done quite a bit with limited talent, especially on offense. And the owner, Jimmy Haslam, might give him a chance to actually develop a highly drafted quarterback. Stefanski's also been to the playoffs twice and maintains a steady demeanor, win or lose. He's won NFL Coach of the Year twice, and it's not like this would be an attractive opening for this cycle's top candidates. Keeping an eye on the Arizona Cardinals, the Miami Dolphins. Mike McDaniel, that would be. The story of McDaniel thus far is starting with the bang and petering out. Both in the micro and the macro. He made the playoffs his first 2 seasons, but lost 6 of the last 7 in 22 and 24, and 4 of his last 6 in 2023. Let's see, a couple of others. Baltimore Ravens, John Harbaugh. The Ravens were surprisingly mediocre this season. Cannot be attributed to Lamar Jackson's injuries. Their defense yo-yoed between outright bad and competent, and some of Harbaugh's in-game decisions indeed have drawn scrutiny. Failed to get back to the Super Bowl with a 2-time MVP quarterback in Jackson. There's a general sense that a breath of fresh air at head coach might be good for the Ravens. And, of course, that would, I guess, go down with an exclamation point after last night's last-second missed field goal to lose to the Steelers with 2 seconds on the clock. Well, what should have been? Was that a 40-yarder? Should have been a no-brainer. for the Ravens' victory there.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, final moments here on, as we were just talking, Black Monday. Everybody potentially with losing records on the chopping block, right? Yeah, Todd Bowles, Buccaneers. Despite winning Saturday against the Panthers, the Saints' defeat Sunday blocked the Buccaneers from the postseason. Entering week number 18, the Buccaneers lost 7 of 8. The downturn as they were actually getting healthier, which was rather confusing. There were some bad losses, and for a coach without a great career record, and maybe there's not a reason to believe things are going to be decidedly better in the next season. Then lastly, well, there's the Cincinnati Bengals and one Zach Taylor. Many Bengals fans have been calling for his dismissal for quite some time. They've missed the playoffs 3 straight seasons in Joe Burrow's prime. Now, some of that obviously can be attributed to Burrow's injuries. But the Bengals' deficiencies in protecting Burrow has contributed to the injuries. And the team around Burrow, particularly the defense, has not been very good in several years. Joe actually expressed earlier this season that he wasn't having fun. That wasn't pinned on Taylor, but Bengals are going to have to figure out what needs to change, what changes need to be made to keep Joe Burrow happy. All right, Black Monday. Hey, we'll close out our Monday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks for being with us. Hope you can join us again at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Don't wake me up before you go. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.